and Elderly Affairs Committee, and I have to read the script. As chairman of the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a committee meeting of the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to listen contemporaneously. And if necessary, that's what it says, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. Notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public as a whole is unable to access this meeting, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Christina Dyer, committee researcher, will be the staff assisting us today. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We will start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. One of our members is away, and we are blessed to have Charles Melvin substituting for her. When each member states his or her presence, please also state whether there is anyone else in the room with you during this meeting, and this is required under the right to know law. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not catch the name of the person who is substituting today.
Charles Melvin, I sent you a text.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Okay, Representative Marsh,
I am present in the room.
Representative McMahon,
I am present. I'm alone in my office in Winham.
Representative Nelson, Representative Nelson, I'll come back. Representative Acton,
I'm here in Fremont and I'm alone in the house.
Representative Gay, Representative Gay, Representative Cushman,
I'm present in the room.
Representative Folsom Home Alone, Representative Melvin,
Here in the room.
Representative King,
Here in the room.
Representative Colfold. I just saw you. There you are.
Sorry about that. Hit the wrong button. I am in my home office in Wilton. There are other people in the house. There's no one else in the room.
Representative Weber,
Present from Concord, and I am alone in the house.
Representative McKay. You're muted, Representative McKay. Representative McKay, you're muted.
Could whoever is
we'll come back.
monitoring send Representative McKay the unmute link?
I'll come back. Representative Snow,
Representative Snow stated that he will be joining us in a little bit.
okay. Representative Knirk,
I'm alone in my home study in Freedom, New Hampshire. My wife's in the house, but not in the room.
Representative Soloway,
I am at home in my office alone in Lee, New
Repres-
Hampshire.
thank you. Representative Cannon,
I'm home alone in my home in Somersworth, New Hampshire. And there's no one else in the room.
Representative Nutter Upham,
I'm here in Nashua, alone in the room, not alone in the house.
Representative Shapiro,
Good morning. I am home in Keene in my office.
thank you. Representative Woods,
Good morning. I'm at home and at my home in Bow in my study, and I'm in the house alone.
Representative Merchant,
Home in Claremont, New Hampshire, in my house, and my wife is in the house.
Representative Pearson,
I am in the committee room. Representative Gay has also arrived in the committee room.
is the only one that I don't have any account for is Representative Nelson. So if someone sees him come online, if you could please let me know.
There are bills that come up from time to time where people are deeply impassioned one way and the other. And it's very much to the credit of this committee that when a very similar bill came up last year, we were free to speak what we believe. And we were also highly courteous of individuals. As we go into this next bill, I'm trusting that it will continue this spirit that was so evident last year. We can say what is our beliefs and why, but we can be very respectful of people, both with whom we are debating and also that a bill may have to do with. So with that in mind, I open the hearing on House Bill 295 relative to initiating amendments and corrections to birth records. And I call on our very own Representative Cannon, who is the prime sponsor of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. For the record, my name is Representative Jerry Cannon. I represent Stratford County District 18, which is Somersworth and Rollinsford. As has been mentioned by the chair, you have seen versions of this bill in the past. This is an updated version this year. HB 295 is a bill identifying procedures for an individual to correct their birth records. It's updating statute RSA 5-C:87 Roman numeral 5. That RSA was enacted in 2005 and became effective on January 1st, 2006, 15 years ago. There's a problem that occurred back then. The biggest problem was a form that was needed to help the clerk, the court, and the Vital Records Office was never created. That's one of the primary reasons for this bill. This bill does not create the ability for gender information to be corrected or changed on a birth record. That ability was defined in that RSA and enacted by our legislature and governor back in 2005. We are only requesting that procedures be put in place and update some of the things that we've noted over the past. For those people on the line who are unfamiliar with what RSA 5-C:87 Roman numeral 5 says, it's essentially a single sentence. Upon receipt of a certified copy of a court order advising that such individual born in the state of New Hampshire has had a sex change, a new birth record shall be prepared to reflect such change. The missing part to that RSA is that there's no information for what is required by the court or the clerk or for the Vital Records Office. In working with a number of people who have applied for their information to be updated, we have run into some serious problems, and very awkward for those people who have applied, because every county and clerk's office is different in the way they've processed these requests. If we go to section 5 in our RSAs that are focused on vital records, the very first RSA defined that, and any change to a birth record shall be initiated with the clerk of the town or city of the birth occurrence.
That's a
Our
problem.
applicants have gone to their town or city clerk to file an application. They don't have a form there to fill out to collect the information that's required to help process the information. And many times they'll get a blank stare from the clerk because the clerk may not know that they can actually do this. And we've even had applicants turned away from the clerk's office because the clerk essentially has told them, well, we can't do this because there's no information available for them. So the applicant ends up going to the county court to ask for a form and a request to talk with the judge. There is no form in the county courts to fill out, but they can get some time with the judge. Once you go to the judge, some of the judges have had these cases before and are very familiar with what they require for information. And most of the times it's a simple letter from the doctor the applicant has been seeing. It's associated with their sex change information. And for other judges, it could be 2 or 3 different visits for them to require the additional information and knowledge to make an informed decision. The form that should have been made available should have been created back in 2005 when this bill was enacted. The challenges in general is that New Hampshire judges don't have the medical knowledge to make an informed decision. They are totally reliant on the applicant providing information provided by the physician. And what we're seeing currently is that some judges who have seen this information have processed these cases in the past. They see the doctor's letter and they just issue the court order. But it does require a court visit and time and effort for the applicant and the court out of their busy schedule. In the case of the original RSA, a court order would be issued and a birth certificate would be issued by the Vital Records Office. That birth record that was issued by court order does not have a marginal note on it. They are essentially replacing the birth record with a new birth record with no pointer back to an original. What we are asking for with this request is that a new birth record be issued, but it will have a marginal note that points back to the original birth record that's on our Vital Records system. I will tell you, many of the transgender community is not happy with that, but they can still go back to the court to get a court order and issue a birth record that does not have a marginal note. The challenge here is that it's a whole time-consuming effort for the applicant, our courts, and the clerk's office, and it can take a fair amount of time. I will reiterate, the prime focus of this bill is not to change the intent of the current RSA. The intent of this bill is about saving the state time and money. In simple terms, a birth record change form needs to be created that identifies all of the applicant's personal information needed by the Vital Records Office to make the changes. The form also needs a section to be signed and notarized by one of the applicant's licensed medical professionals, including the license number, attesting to the applicant's gender status. It needs to have all this information. The physician's signature needs to be notarized. One thing to note, a person that's going through a sex change works with a therapist, licensed therapist, psychologist, their personal care physician, endocrinologist, and in my case, my cardiologist. Similar procedures have been going on in 20 states. The process reduces the court workload, and we have quite a workload for it. Essentially overworked, underpaid, and understaffed court system. There is no financial note attached to this bill. We are not adding non-binary people to this bill. I've been asked to include non-binary people. I know the problems with that. It would cost $100,000 in software costs to enact that. This has no financial note. The software can already do what's being requested, and they are currently using it. Many people have already filed for their sex change and corrected their birth certificates. I encourage you to vote to pass on 295, House Bill 295, to help save the state, county, and clerk's offices time and money to process birth record gender corrections. Thank you, and I will take questions.
Chair recognizes Representative McKay for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My intention is just to see if I'm getting through at this point.
You are.
Thank you.
Well,
And she did a great job.
the chair recognizes the clerk, Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Cannon, for bringing this forward. You've actually clarified quite a few things in my brain already.
Thank you.
When people want to change something else on their birth certificate, do they have to jump through the same hoops as this? Or what is their process if they're changing a name or a father's name or a mother's name or whatever?
The forms already exist to do that in the clerk's office. They don't have to go to the court. It's processed in the clerk's office and then sent to the Vital Records Office, and it's taken care of for a $10 fee.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
So basically, you're just asking that this same form be created and maintained for the purposes of changing the gender. Is that
Yes,
what I'm hearing?
Yes, the only section I am requesting that's in addition to the current forms is to provide a section for a physician to sign off and notarize the form.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative looks like Shapiro for a question. Am I right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Cannon. You said that currently a problem is that the form doesn't exist or is inadequate. And I'm looking at the bill and I'm not really seeing anything about the creation of a form.
The form should have been created back when the original RSA was created. That I don't know if there was anything in that bill about the creation of a form. The information, there is a section that defines what's required for a physician to sign it and have it attest to the thing. I did not identify the specifics of a form because there are already forms that do this. We already have a form that contains essentially the same information that our DMV requires to change a gender ID on a driver's license. The federal government has a form to change that information on our passports. The Nashua city clerk had indicated that they could create a form simply for their clerk's office, and that form could be used elsewhere.
Thank you.
Representative Acton for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Kane, for taking my question. Last year, when we went over this subject, there was some pushback as far as not having a marker that designated that there was a change in the records and that it could possibly throw off physicians or statisticians because there was no indicator of a change in the birth certificate. Is this a compromise to address those issues?
The last year, we also, it was identified by the Vital Records Office that if we changed if we modified a birth record without a court order, they would include a marginal record pointing back to the original birth certificate. In the current version, in the current RSA, when it is issued by a court order, there is no marginal note, and the original birth record does not have to be maintained. So in the case of the concern that an original birth record would be destroyed or made non-existent, this bill actually confirms that that birth record will still continue to exist on the state systems.
Okay, quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
Okay, Representative Cannon, I think there's one thing to go down to the clerk's office and change your car registration. This obviously is a much more personal situation. Would rectifying the situation save? It must be rather embarrassing to walk in there to have to convey this personal information, then get a bureaucratic runaround. Are we going to solve that problem here?
I'm sorry, I couldn't make out everything you said. Could you repeat your question?
Basically, what I'm acknowledging that what must be rather humiliating to walk into the clerk's office and have to get a runaround. It's not like you're switching registration plates. So will the passage of this bill rectify the situation where people are being humiliated during an interaction with government?
In some cases, especially someone who is has not been out in public for a long time. However, to have undergone the changes to their gender, the current requirement from the medical field is that they be out in public and living their life true to the gender they identify with for at least a year, and physicians would like 2 or years more. When I applied for my gender change information in Massachusetts a few years ago, I had been out in public for 15 years. So it was no issue for me. And for younger people who get this information changed. And even someone who's under the age of 18, along with their parents, is in most cases, these people are so excited about getting this information changed to make their life easier, primarily for themselves, because a birth certificate is rarely used for other information changes. A passport is one of those things that could be required, but now with the proper form, an individual can get that changed. So does it impact some people? Yes. I know that I was very concerned when I was first coming out as a transgender person, to have to tell someone that I was a transgender individual can be a very awkward situation. It's not anymore. I'm an out person, so, but a lot of people aren't. Thank you for your question.
Representative Knurr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to come back to the question that Representative Shapiro asked and delve a little deeper. First of all, is like, who actually prepares this form? Is it going to be done by the town clerk of the state? And given that issue, then do we need to state that the clerk of each town shall create such a form, or do we need to authorize rulemaking for the state to develop this form? I just want to make sure that that doesn't fall through the cracks another time.
Good point. First off, I don't think it should be done by, well, I know that we had a city clerk offer to do this, to create a form that could be put online for all to use. I think we need to have something that's approved by the state for use in all of our clerk's offices. I'm not sure if it requires a rule to do that, or if I should amend this text to include that as something that needs to be done. And I'm not sure who to identify to do that. So yeah, it affects all the clerks. So if someone has a recommendation.
Question, follow up? Follow up, Mr. Chair? Follow up?
I don't see.
Garrett, I think we've lost the.
Oh, no, we lost him.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
we're working on getting
anyway.
it turned back on. I think
Okay.
that they're frozen, and I'll see what I can do.
Well, I'll just assume he's going to give me authority. I would think that we would at least want to give them.
But they can't
rulemaking
hear you.
authority.
They can't hear you,
You
Jared.
should wait.
Well, I'll say this isn't more an answer. I think rulemaking authority for vital records to do it. I did have a follow-up question, but I'll wait till we see people's faces back.
Hey, Dennis. Oh, do your ducks lay eggs?
Yes, we get about 3 eggs a week.
Okay.
Giant eggs.
I'll email you something later. Thanks.
All right, please do.
Representative Snow, this is Beth, the clerk. If you could unmute during this time and tell me where you are.
I am now unmuted. And I should also say, I was held up at this morning and I didn't get a chance to say that I'm in my apartment in Manchester. My wife is in the building and I will be here. I may have to leave for a portion because my second vaccination shot is going to be administered here at the facility later today.
Yay!
Good for you,
Thank
buddy.
you very much.
Is our assistant chair available? Representative
He's
Marsh,
in the room.
He's in the
He's in the room.
but we've lost the room, is that correct?
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah. And Bill is on his computer, so he's not. It's not the system. It might be the power.
Just an observation. I cannot access the session on my computer. I'm on my phone. And I'm going to assume that Comcast lines are down in my area. And I'm over a phone line. I'm going to assume that there are other people on the committee who are having similar challenges. Is that
I will-
correct?
I will add that I had a power blip here in Wilton that lasted probably a second or two, but it was enough that my router had to reset. So
Uh-huh.
I was gone from the meeting for probably 3 or 4 minutes. So yeah, sometimes even a momentary power outage can lead to
Yep.
delay in getting back to the meeting.
So oh, okay.
Something's happening. Oh,
So I wonder,
Oh,
if we off them, then none of the attendees can see or hear what we're doing.
right.
Yeah. Hey, Christina, just a curiosity, are you in the room with them or are you remote? Or not?
Sorry,
existent?
I'm actually remote, so
Okay, yeah, that's because I just texted Bill Marsh to find out what's going on. I mean, whether they just had a power blip or whether they're totally without power. He hasn't answered back yet.
so my understanding, just from my colleagues, is that the Ethernet went down in the building, so they'll have to bring it back up shortly.
All right.
So why are we looking at amendments for HB 220?
Huh? What was that, Joe? You're muted now.
All of a sudden I saw an amendment and I assumed it was screen sharing, but I think what actually happened is that I lost something and this was underneath.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
You had me nervous. Well, we go back to the ducks, back to Dennis's ducks. But
So I hear duck eggs make the best cakes.
Yeah, they're great for baking.
What?
They're great for baking. They have a nice, rich flavor to them.
That's what I heard. So if you could ever spare 2 eggs, I would drive over.
We'll work that out, Fran.
Okay, thanks.
that is astounding. Only in this committee can you get such good information.
Right.
Well, I'm going to go get myself some more coffee.
There.
Uh-huh.
That would be
need it for your
virtual
job.
coffee.
Yeah, virtual coffee. Oh, this is a bummer.
Did anyone else attend
Leo.
the Dartmouth Hitchcock webinar yesterday morning?
What was it on?
Legislative agendas.
Okay. I just didn't hear an answer, so I thought something was wrong.
Watch it, Ken. You're unmuted.
He did it now.
Oh, good, good.
So how many of us are still on? I see, I gotta get my mirror out. I see
Okay.
Jeff and,
Jeff is here.
yeah, Jerry.
Jerry's here.
Nobody
But
else?
Jerry Canera can.
Yeah.
Jim is here.
I'm here.
Who was the third one? Fourth one?
Joe?
Jim McKay.
Oh, yeah, good. All right.
There's 14 of us.
Yeah, but some of us have binked off. No.
No, there's 14 of us that are.
Oh, okay.
currently
Yeah.
on,
I believe you. I'm sorry.
or including our staff.
Oh my, this is interesting. Yay!
The chair is asking the clerk to call the roll. Our mics here in the room are not working yet.
Oh, hi.
Yoo-hoo, they're back.
You don't hear us?
Can you hear us at home?
Yes.
Beth, Mark asked you to please call the roll.
Please call the roll.
I think the clerk went to get coffee.
I just got back, sorry. Yeah.
Would the clerk please call the roll just to affirm everyone's back?
Okay, I will do that. Representative Marsh,
I am present.
Representative McMahon,
Present.
Representative Nelson, Representative Acton,
Here?
Representative Gay,
Here.
Representative Cushman,
Present in the room.
Representative Folsom here, Representative Melvin,
Here.
Representative King,
Here.
Representative Kofalt,
Here.
Representative Weber.
She is now with us, but as an attendee. And the host, would you please promote Representative Weber?
While she's doing that, I'll just keep going and come back. Representative McKay,
Present.
Representative Snow. Representative
Ken.
Snow. I don't see
Ken,
him either.
unmute. He's there.
He's not on, oh, there he is. Representative Knirk,
Yes, here.
Representative Soloway,
Here.
Representative Cannon,
Here.
Representative Nutter Upham,
I am here.
Representative Shapiro,
Present.
Representative Woods,
Here.
Representative Merchant,
Here.
Representative Pearson. Everyone is here except for Representative Nelson.
Is Representative Weber promoted to the meeting?
Representative Weber, appears to hear her voice. So I am here.
And Echo Ken.
There was a Greek chorus.
Yeah, it's good.
Excuse me, my iPad plays funny games with muting and unmuting. And when you called on me, I said present, and I guess I was still muted, but I am present.
Representative Snow, I'm learning how to read your lips.
Oh, good for you.
Would whomever
I'll have to
was
watch my language.
Representative Knirk, you may continue.
Thank you very
No, I
much.
don't know where from.
Yes. No, thank you very much. My, where did I put the bill? There it is. Okay. So, yeah, I had a follow-up question. That was just an issue that on page 7, when we talk about the notarized certification signed by a licensed qualified healthcare provider, I'm just wondering, is requiring it to be notarized a bar which might be quite difficult to achieve? Because for many providers in the office, there's no notary there, and for them to take time out and go to a notary to get that notarized seems like a burden that is higher than we place on any of these other record changes. Is it a higher burden or not? Is it something that we should maintain, or should we make it a little less of a burden?
I agree, it's a burden. I know some people were concerned that someone would sign the form with some information that may be invalid and it may be a forged signature, and that by having it notarized, essentially the statement that it was reviewed by someone that was legally able to do such. When I got my information changed for the state of Massachusetts, as well as to get my passport changed, they wanted to see a notarized form. So I felt this was appropriate, but I also know that for me to get a physician to sign the form in front of a notary, that it cost me $70 up there to pay for their time to go to a notary. Now, I've heard from others where someone within the physician's office has been a notary and can do that for them. And as a follow-up to your question about forms, over the past 2 years when we were discussing similar bills, the Vital Records Office was working hand in hand with the Nashua Clerk's Office to develop a form. So I I don't think it would be a problem for me to go back to those individuals at the Vital Records Office and say, continue the effort that you started over the past 2 years. Just complete that form and then make it available online and available to the court, to the clerk's office.
I know there are people with their hands up, and I'm going to come back to you, but I'm going to temporarily move to another speaker who is a psychiatrist and has a 10 o'clock client. So I am going to make a little detour in what we're doing, and I promise those with questions for Representative Cannon will be able to address them shortly. The chair calls, and please bring into the meeting Dr. Jillian, I'm going to pronounce it Shillaber, it could be Shillaber, and
then when I couldn't hear you a second time, I got nervous.
Yep, you're right, it's Shillaber.
okay, good, thank you. And please let us know who you are, what you do, and then we'll hear your testimony.
Certainly, thank you. So I am a psychologist here in the state of New Hampshire. And I appreciate the time to speak to this bill, and thank you for recognizing I have a client that's coming soon. And I do also want to address, thank you, Representative Cannon, for letting me know the description of the history of this bill and the desire really to try to streamline the process of the documentation. I just had a couple of questions regarding the language of the bill. I have just 3 points that I'd like to make, and please stop me at any point. But I've been hearing a lot of interchange between the words sex and gender, and I was just kind of curious about that a little bit more, just to hear a little bit more about that, because in the bill, the analysis section speaks to sex, and then the body refers to gender. And I just wasn't sure, Representative Ken, I think you were referring to people that have had sex change operations. So we're talking about changes to anatomy versus the more fluid kind of expression of gender. So I just was curious about that in the bill, because I'm wondering about the changes from my understanding as a developmental psychologist is our sex is an objective term. It's a term that's defined actually prenatally a few different places. First, for the 10 to 12 week gestation blood work, we determine sex. And then at 20 weeks gestation, there's a sonogram picture that shows the anatomy and some other measurements that refer to sex. And then at birth, the doctor or midwife, whoever's there, confirms sex based on the observation of genitalia. So I just was curious about, I want to make sure that I'm understanding the language of the bill referring to sex versus gender, and the need of the documentation to be more streamlined. I want to just make sure I'm speaking to the same thing that you're presenting.
I agree with you. We have had that challenge, especially within the the transgender community as a whole. In this case, we're talking about some legal documentation, and the RSA originally refers to a sex change operation, and on the birth certificate, it refers to sex on the documentation. To change that information on the birth certificate would be extremely difficult and costly. And in the bill that was introduced to change our driver's licenses, the driver's license refers to the gender marker information as sex. So from a legal standpoint, because of existing records, we refer to the change on the document as sex. But we in the community identify it as gender. So for some folks, it's interchangeable, especially here in Concord. It's been recognized that ultimately the documents that we're working with, it's listed as sex. So as such, that's the field, that's the information that needs to be changed.
Dr. Shillaber, you may continue.
Yeah, so I just was looking through the rest of the bill, and there's the determination that under my professional opinion that I could say what gender is and to fill out the form to allow the person to change their birth certificate. And I just was a little bit thrown off by that because I was a little bit concerned thinking about this, the fluidity, and thinking about the terms gender and sex. For me, how I observe somebody's gender might be different from the way they experience their gender. And so I'm just concerned a little bit about taking the objectivity in the way that we have on previous documents to refer to sex as an objective, something that somebody else tells us, right? So absence or not of certain genitalia or XX or XY chromosomes. So then for me, I would hate to ruin our therapeutic alliance to undermine the client psychologist relationship if I were to say that the gender the person's presenting as maybe doesn't seem as subjective to me. So for example, if I observe somebody is maybe a tomboy, right? So somebody is presenting that is biologically female, but presenting as wanting to have a masculine gender identity. So I'm just concerned a little bit about, I would never want to invalidate my client for them to feel like I don't understand them or respect where they're at. And so I could see feeling pressure to kind of sign off on the paperwork on changing their gender because of their expression in a way that might not be authentic to our roles together, is discussing the ways that they express their gender, discussing the ways that they are able to do that. So I just was a little bit concerned about the possible effect of a therapeutic relationship if a subjective kind of observation it becomes subjective instead of objective. So thinking about sex and gender in that way. So if sex is observable and gender is fluid and not clear, what that might look like in terms of the relationship between the client and the psychologist and the implications for that.
Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Schilleber before she has to run? I see two hands up. I don't know if they're leftover hands from.
No.
Just get it.
All right, the chair recognizes Representative Kofalt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Cannon, I wanted to just be clear about the marginal note called for in this bill. The language of the bill does say that the marginal note will indicate that that the change was, that the record has been amended in accordance with this paragraph. So my understanding there is that the reason for the change is therefore noted on the amended certificate. Is that understanding correct?
I'd have to go back to the Vital Records Office to see how they make the note on other birth record changes, whether they include the reason or not. It's really up to their policy. Right now, I was told by the Vital Records Office that it would have a pointer to the specific document, the original document. That's all they provided to me. So that's
the chair has invited people to question Dr. Schilleber and Dr. Schilleber only.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Does anyone have a question for Dr. Schilleber and Dr. Schilleber only? Because she has a client in 9 minutes. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And now we will bring back Representative Cannon and questions for her. Say again?
No.
Representative Snow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. Representative Cannon, I just wondered, it came as a surprise to me today when you testified that some of the documentation has a marginal note that says this is a change. However, you also said that if the person appears before the judge and said they do not want a marginal note, if the marginal note doesn't exist. So does that mean that some of these people have a marginal note and some of the people don't? And thinking about some of the comments that we got on email from the public, a lot of the people's concern really was that there needs to be some note about what the original birth certificate said. And if the marginal note's removed, I'm just wondering if that question has ever been asked, and is there a solution to that? If some people's records show that the change was made and by putting the marginal note in it, and others have that removed.
Thank you for your question, Representative Snow. If a court issues an order to change the birth certificate, there is no marginal note. And in fact, that's essentially for the past 15 years, any court-ordered birth certificate change does not have a marginal note. A person, after this bill were to be passed, once they go to the clerk's office and the forms are processed and sent to the Vital Records Office, a marginal note will be added to a birth record based on this procedure. If a sex has been changed and the individual goes to the court and gets a court order to change their birth record, that won't have a marginal note. Which in that case, for many of the community of people that would have a need to change their records, that is important to them, is to not have a marginal note on their birth certificate. And they can do so if they go to a judge and get that order. So this does not change from how things are processed from the original RSA. The changes that we've been proposing here would still require a marginal note. They go through this standard process.
Follow up.
And just follow up.
And as far as you can tell, nothing you've heard makes the fact that this will be somewhat inconsistent, whether the marginal note or not. There's not really an ongoing problem then.
It won't be, essentially it wouldn't be a problem. Some of the gender community has already flagged that they think that would be a problem for them, but we have already made them aware they can go to the court, talk with the judge. He can issue the order and they can get a birth certificate without a marginal note.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. The chair now calls Chris Urchal, and again, pardon if I get it wrong. Chris Urchal is a lobbyist with Legal Advocates and Defenders, and please give us your testimony.
I never got Dave's current question. Is that going to be possible?
Can we find Chris?
I'm here. Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Chris Urchel. I'm an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, better known as GLAD. We are New England's go-to LGBTQ legal rights organization. And I'm also a New Hampshire licensed attorney. I think this bill is a no-brainer, and I can tell you why. The bill only changes the process for how transgender people update the gender marker on their birth records, and there's no change at all to the standard. Today, courts are using their valuable limited resources to hold hearings and to issue orders on gender markers. This is largely unnecessary. In other words, it's pointless red tape. There's no reason that a judge needs to issue an order about a person's gender. In fact, judges in New Hampshire today defer to medical professionals to tell them whether a person has transitioned from one gender to another. You might hear that judges apply different standards inconsistently. So it's possible under the status quo that different judges would evaluate the meaning of gender transition in different ways. But it's pretty much universal at this point, at least to my personal knowledge and experience, that judges simply listen to the doctors, which makes sense. The major inconsistency that we see is that some judges want to hear directly from doctors in the form of testimony, while others accept medical records and notes as sufficient evidence of gender transition. So that inconsistency, it's unnecessarily confusing and cumbersome. So HB 295 sets a single standard. And rather than putting judges in the middle of the conversation, the bill puts the medical professionals on record attesting to the person's gender transition. And so I want to point out that under RSA 5-C14, a person would be guilty of a felony for falsifying such a statement. So there's a strong safeguard. And in fact, the question came up about notarization being a barrier. There's already a safeguard for fraud, which is that a medical professional's falsification of a record would be a felony. Okay. For a little bit of extra historical context, in addition to what you've already heard, I just want to explain. We used to understand that treatment for gender dysphoria, we used to understand it differently. So gender dysphoria is a medical condition that's characterized by clinical distress due to the incongruence between a person's assigned sex on one hand and their gender identity on the other hand. Gender dysphoria is a serious medical condition, but it's highly treatable. And stated really simply, treatment for gender dysphoria is gender transition. So it used to be that a person's gender transition was understood commonly by one or more surgeries. Now we understand that treatment for gender dysphoria is much more individualized, and that what is appropriate treatment for one person might not be appropriate for another person. Treatment for gender dysphoria usually involves some combination of social transition. So social transition is one thing, hormone therapy, and sometimes one or more surgeries, but different people have different needs. And I want to point out that one element of social transition might be updating identification documents like birth records. So in that sense, correcting the gender marker on your birth certificate can be part of your medical treatment. So we do not want to incentivize surgery for people who don't need surgery, especially young people. So that's why there's no surgical requirement today. Instead, the question is whether a person has had appropriate medical treatment. And that's the standard that judges use in New Hampshire today. And that's the standard that will apply if HB 295 passes. So leaving it to medical professionals to attest to whether a person's gender is different from what appears on the birth certificate, that's what makes the most sense. This bill safeguards against abuse by making it a felony to include false information on the application. I want to point out that in subpart B of the bill, there is a reference to an application that that reference is enough to justify the creation of a form. But I would not be opposed personally to an amendment that makes that more directive. But the application is referenced in Part B. Yeah, I am really proud to be supporting this bill. I hope that it passes unanimously, and I'm really excited to support it. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Councilor. But before I call on anyone for a question, Representative Nelson, if you would identify that you are now in the meeting.
You're muted, Representative Nelson.
Unmute yourself, please, Representative Nelson. There it is. Yep. Representative Nelson, we still can't hear you.
There we go. Am I right? Representative Bill Nelson. I'm in my home in Brookfield and the electric just came on.
Thank you. And any questions for Chris Urschel? Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my questions, plural. I have 3. I'll read them all at once so you can decide. The sex and gender terminology, should that be just used together, sex/gender, because throughout this bill, I'm not asking you for the legality of the bill, but for the meaning of the way it's used. In your opinion, would that be cover all bases so sex/gender. Then do any other states allow to make copies of the birth certificate that doesn't have a marginal note for the people when they request a copy, but it puts it on the original? So there's a record that there are two birth certificates. And then this probably isn't your question, but I need to know who makes the form here, the form that's been prescribed, who's supposed to make it? So those are my three questions.
So I'll start with the third question and work backwards. I don't know the answer to the third question, and that's hopefully somebody else can answer that for you. As to the second question about whether other states allow you to obtain, if I understand correctly, you are asking if a birth certificate has a marginal note, but on the original, but a copy can be obtained without the marginal note. And I believe that there are other states, but I would have to check to confirm that. And if you'd like me to, I can do some research and get back to the committee with that information about whether other states do that. So is that something you would like me to do?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then to the first question about the use of the terms sex and gender, I just want to say, in my legal opinion, there is no definitional difference between the terms sex and gender from a legal perspective. And I'm not qualified to speak to whether those terms have any meaning outside of the legal context, independent. But I do know that doctors in New Hampshire and judges in New Hampshire have been relying on the term sex change to have, that's the current legal term that's in the statute, and that's a person's gender transition has been sufficient to meet that standard. So I think legally there's no difference between the words sex and gender. And so for the purposes of this bill, it's insignificant. And so yes, if it were sex/gender, sex and/or gender, or just using the terms interchangeably, I think they would all have the same outcome, legally speaking.
Councilor, just for your information, before you start the research, I had hoped we would get everything done today and next Monday. That's what I hope. I don't think that's going to happen, which means our last meeting will be on the Thursday a week from now. And that means we're done. We have to be done. And so any information that comes back to us, if possible, by next Monday, but definitely drop dead date for us is a week from Thursday.
Okay, I can have an email to the committee by Monday.
I just didn't want you to do all that work for nothing.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Chris Urschel? Seeing none, thank you, Councilor, for your testimony.
Thank you.
I now call into the meeting Jeffrey Johnston, who speaks from a personal experiential perspective.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Well, I just simply wanted to testify this morning because I myself had lived as a transsexual woman for over 22 years. However, at the age of 41, I had a close to death experience when someone had tried to kill me. That being said, the Spirit of God was drawing me to him, and I was, truly unaware of it at that time in my life. God began giving me external visions as to how I was living my life as a transgender woman bound to homosexuality. And God himself had showed me that he had seen everything that I had done in life in trying to become a woman. Then God said to me, he said, honey, this isn't you. This is what the devil has done to you. So I say all this to say that a lot of people are totally unaware of the fact that there is a spiritual world. So no matter what a person chooses to put on the birth certificate, what truly matters is what God himself has already said in the Bible in regards to one's gender. God says in the book of Genesis, chapter 5, verse 2, that he created them male and female, and that he blessed them and called them mankind in the day that they were created. So why would we want to change what God said was good after he created what he created? So after hearing I mean, I myself lived so many years as a transgender woman thinking that that was truth. But God said to me that they were simply lies that I came into agreement with. So, being ignorant of the knowledges of the truths of God's written word made me susceptible to believing every wind of doctrine or teaching that this world had to offer me, simply because I was lacking the truths of God's word. God loves transgenders. He loves every human being on this earth. But we have to realize what truly matters is what God says. God himself has magnified his word, the Bible, far above his name. I think we as people, have we really come to this point in life where we give people the options to change their gender on their birth certificate? That's just a question to chew on. I was so scared. I don't mean to interrupt you, but when I had my personal encounters with God, if you could have seen what he showed me, I just sat there and trembled in my shoes because I was, standing now before a living God who is true. Yes, he's the invisible God. But, if you draw near to God and just simply ask him to reveal himself to you, he'll make himself known to you.
I'm going to stop your testimony here because we are woefully behind schedule, but I am going to open it up to questions. And the first one comes from the chair, Mark Pearson. And I know of a few folks who lived as transgenders, and for different reasons. You mentioned one of them. I know of others, why they went back to the gender on their original birth certificate. So my question, when I have a chance to talk to them, and now my question for you is, was it when you decided, and you gave us your reasons for deciding it, you sought to resume your identity as it was on your birth certificate, was that relatively easy for you to do when you made your mind up that's what you should do?
Was it easy for me to change my mind? Is that what you're asking me?
Was it easy for you to go back to resuming your life and your self-identity as a man once again?
Well, it was incredibly difficult, and I don't wish it upon anybody, especially after they hear the words of truth from God himself. Like I said, I lived most of my life as a transsexual woman, thinking I was doing the right thing. However, I never changed my birth certificate. I never changed the fact that, I was living as a transgender female. But it was difficult. There was many tears. I mean, because when God himself comes into your life and he supernaturally changes your mind, and as you develop a relationship with him and read his word, his written word, the Bible, it supernaturally renews your mind. And I wasn't aware of all those things before, coming to know God. So yes, it was incredibly difficult to have to go through changing my license back to male, because now here I am in my right mind, supernaturally by the power of God. And so now I've got he supernaturally made me hate the breast implants that I had for over 16 years. And now I had to go through different procedures to try to go back to my original gender, because God, his spirit, now lives in my heart. So he just works with me and just supernaturally took what the devil meant for bad in my life. And that is what's significant, is because people aren't aware of the demonic activity in the spirit realm.
Mr. Johnson, you're re-looping. You're repeating what you'd said before. I wish to thank you for your testimony. And now I am going to call
Can I ask a question?
Representative Cushman we'll have one question. Go ahead.
Yes.
Will you please send us your testimony via email to the committee if you haven't already?
Well, Cornerstone Action, they actually have my live testimony that they filmed. Is that,
Would you say-
Yeah, can you please just send us an email?
I'll do that, yes.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Jean Gruska, and you've been before this committee before, and my memory serves me correctly. You are with the ACLU of New Hampshire. And do we have you? Coming up, good, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. You are quite right. My name is Jeannie Haruska, and I'm the political director for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning in support of HB 295. And I'm going to make just a couple points because I really appreciate everything that Representative Cannon has already noted. And as you know, New Hampshire law already allows a person to correct the sex marker on their birth record. So this is not changing the law in that respect. All it's doing is making the process easier and actually making the process align with the process that the state already utilizes for correcting other state issued IDs. And that's the point I really want to underscore, is that the goal should be to have a process for amending state issued IDs across the board. So if you have an affidavit from your healthcare provider, you can use that to go and correct your driver's license, and you can then use it to go and correct your birth record. To have distinct processes for amending different state issued IDs just doesn't make any sense. It risks having people walk around with inconsistent state issued IDs, which doesn't help anybody. There are many situations where you present both. You present a birth record and a driver's license, right? You're starting a new job, you're getting a mortgage. To have inconsistent state IDs really risks discrimination. It makes it blatant that somebody is transgender, which is discriminatory. And so our goal with this bill is to just ease the process, to take the courts out of it, and really allow people to amend their state issued IDs at the same time. You can amend your driver's license, you can amend your birth record, they'll be consistent, and that should be the goal. So sorry for that. We really appreciate this bill and just see it as a way to bring our statutes in line with each other. It doesn't change the standard. It just makes the process a little bit easier and aligns it with the process we already use for amending driver's licenses. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
The chair has a question for you. I'm not following much of what goes on in Washington at the moment, but is there a movement in Washington, D.C. to make a standard procedure on this nationally? And I guess a follow-up to that would be, could they, or is this something that reverts to the states? So whatever Washington does, they wouldn't make one standard for everybody.
I'm not sure I'm following the conversations in Washington. I know that there is consideration about passports, which is something issued by the federal government, but driver's licenses are issued by the state. So I think it's perfectly right for the state of New Hampshire to amend its own process for its own driver's licenses.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Good to see you again. And the chair calls Shannon McGinley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry for that delay. Yes, my name is Shannon McGinley, and I am a volunteer executive director for Cornerstone Action. And Cornerstone recommends that the committee please vote in expedient to legislate on HB 295 relating to the initiation of amending the birth certificates. So this in no way undermines the dignity of any New Hampshire resident. In fact, we all have a common interest in maintaining accurate fact-based records as they relate to public health, identity theft, and investigations into questionable deaths. And it's been said that it's already in state statute under section 5-C:87, part 5, to amend the birth certificates through a court order if they've had a sex change. But this bill will actually amend it so that it's just one's identity and not a sex change, not the process of court order. And I would suggest that it would swing the door open for vital records to be changed much more easily, much more frequently. And society has an important interest in maintaining accurate vital records, especially birth records. And maintaining accurate birth records does not violate federal or state law. We've been collecting vital statistics for over 500 years, especially the births, the deaths, the marriages, based on consistent and well-established and understood criteria. Today, the vital records offices record over 11 million vital events annually in the United States. And there is simply no federal or state law that requires us to change those criteria to replace objectively defined sex with the subjective classification of gender identity. For example, in the COVID pandemic, there's an example of where having accurate information of a person's sex is necessary for diagnosis, treatment, and better understanding of the disease. I've seen numerous articles laying out how males are being identified as a risk factor for death and ICU admission, for example. And I'll include one of those articles in my written testimonies. Also, allowing individuals to alter their vital records, including birth certificates, based on subjective feelings or experiences undermines the government and the people's interest in having an accurate vital record database. So for example, if we're able to streamline and make this easier to change their gender identity, what if you have a situation where a gentleman in his 70s who believes that he has the appearance and identity of a 40-year-old man, the state would not allow him to retroactively change the date of birth by 30 years in order to conform to how he looks or how he feels. Or the same might be true of a person who's been born in New Mexico but feels more at home as an Iowan. While that person may identify as an Iowan, it doesn't change the fact that he was born in New Mexico. Where do we draw the line in terms of what it is that we're changing on our vital records? Several states don't allow for marginal notes, and I fear that the transgender community would come back to remove this marginal note, therefore just completely wiping out any kind of record of what it was originally. Facts can never be discriminatory. Birth certificates, death records, and so forth they're intended to document facts. Efforts to attribute to any further purposes to them, such as affirming a person's internal sense of age, their sex, or locality of birth, are counter to the government's vital interest in having accurate information. And furthermore, in America, we become more tolerant and accepting of individuals who identify as transgender than ever before. And in fact, you could argue that their biological sex is an intrinsic part of their story. Treating them with the dignity and respect that all persons are entitled to receive does not mean that we erase certain factual information, especially when that helps the government better protect its health, the health and safety of its citizens. Under New Hampshire law, birth certificate is required to include the sex of the individual, and factual information regarding the person's sex is among the vital statistics that New Hampshire law requires to be maintained. But yet in HB 295's proposed revisions to our law attempt to erase any mention of the objective biological designation of sex and replace it with the vague term of gender identity. To establish gender identity, one would only show that it is their sincerely held belief verified by someone in the medical and counseling community. I would also just point out too that this bill refers to minors and allowing them to change their birth records. And I believe that it further pushes them down the road of gender dysphoria. And studies have shown that 80 to 90% of adolescents will identify as their biological sex as they pass through puberty if their alternative gender identity is not being affirmed, to allow the process of puberty, et cetera, to take over. And I feel like that this would just further encourage them to go through that process unnecessarily. And New Hampshire's vital records should not be based upon subjective feelings, however sincerely held. Rather, they should be based upon the facts, including factual information regarding a person's biological sex at birth. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you to the committee for your time.
The chair has one, and I'm not a medical person, although I'm usually surrounded by such. And I don't think you are a medical person, but don't we extract policies on infant deaths and various other things based on what that birth certificate says? In other words, that gives us information, and if now the information were to become changed.
Correct. Like, say, for example, like
the data.
Yes. I mean, I was trying to allude to that in my testimony about collecting health statistics. So say, for example, if you want to look at like the infants, I know I was using the example of COVID just because we're all in the middle of living it. But to your point, though, Mr. Chairman, if you take into the example from like Flint, Michigan, with the lead contamination and so forth, that, certainly you would want to see patterns of contamination and how it's affecting, infants and children and so forth, if it has any bearing on the males and the females and so forth. So yes, I would agree with your statement.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair now, and I hope she's still with us, calls Sophia Biondolillo. And again, pardon me if I mispronounced your name, who represents New Hampshire High School Democrats.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for taking my testimony today. My name is Sophia Biondolillo. You actually said it perfectly. I'm 14, I live in Manchester, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the New Hampshire High School Democrats in support of HB 295. HB 295 would create a standardized process to allow thousands in New Hampshire to be correctly identified on their birth certificate. Doing so would have multiple benefits. First of all, many transgender people suffer from a condition called gender dysphoria. The American Psychiatric Association defines this as a psychological distress that results from an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. This dysphoria could be triggered very easily by a situation where someone is not correctly identified on their birth certificate. For many trans people, being associated with their gender assigned at birth can bring back traumatizing memories and create a stressful situation that might seriously impact their mental health. Secondly, in a situation where a person's birth records do not align with how they look and present, there could be resulting issues when that person tries to sign up for a government program or get a driver's license or whatever it may be, because they would be forced to explain this difference. And not only would this open them up to misgendering and transphobia, but it could be traumatic for many of these people for all the same reasons. The language of the bill says that a licensed healthcare provider must provide evidence that, in simpler terms, the person trying to change their birth certificate is actually transgender. And although that might sound a little too forgiving for some of you, I want to emphasize that with my experience with counselors and doctors and other transgender people who are in similar situations to me, that type of decision would not be taken lightly by these providers. It would not be something somebody could just do if they wanted to, whenever they want. These are licensed professionals in our state, and they know how to weigh the pros and cons of these decisions, and they take their practice very seriously. And this bill would allow those most qualified to make these decisions and determine what is best for their patients. There are a few things that I hadn't written down, but I'd just like to point out that in my own research, I've seen studies that have proven that even among adolescents who transition at maybe an earlier age, detransitioning is not a major part of like the lived trans experience in this country. I saw a study, I can't remember exactly when it was done, but it was very recently, where they studied about 400 people and there was only 2 who had any sort of regrets after transitioning. And they also studied adolescents in that study, I believe. So I don't think that detransitioning is a major thing that we have to be worried about. And again, this is just a very simple change. It wouldn't be opening us to fraud or any sort of skewed data, I don't think that that would be a major issue. And even if it would skew the data, it would skew the data towards being more accurate because it would accurately represent how these people are identifying and presenting to the rest of the world. So in summary, allowing transgender people to change the indicator on their birth certificate would be a simple fix that would prevent traumatic situations and would significantly improve the lives of thousands of transgender people in New Hampshire. And for all of these reasons, I ask the committee to recommend ought to pass on HB 295. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I skipped over somebody that I should have called earlier, and I apologize for that. Kelly Brudniak from the New Hampshire Department of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, great. I will be quick. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. We just wanted to mention, although we are neutral on this bill, that the DMV is watching it because we want to make sure that what our requirements are to change the gender designation on a New Hampshire driver license or non-driver ID card is consistent with anything else that is out there. We do, as the Representative Cannon has stated, we do have a process in place. We will make sure that any rules that we have need to be updated. We will be following that. We also will be making sure that we are looking at updating our rules to include physician's assistants as someone that can complete our current form. And I welcome any questions. All right, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Dr. Richard Johnson from Dunbar.
I don't think that's a question. Just want to ask for the form.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for taking my testimony, which is against House Bill 295. My name is Richard Johnson, and I am a physician. A person's gender or gender identity does not change their sex. At present, one can take hormones, have top and bottom surgery, all to make one more comfortable in their chosen gender, be it male, female, fluid, or neutral. But you cannot change your chromosomes. The purpose of a birth certificate is to record factual data, not preferences. I might prefer to be viewed and treated either older or younger than I am, but that does not entitle me to change my birth date. There's another factor to consider. Each year, a portion of the population is born with biological characteristics such as sex, chromosomes, gonads, genitalia, hormones, or a combination that don't fit textbook definitions of male or female. The number of births where the baby is intersex have been reported to be as low as 0.018% or as high as 1.7%, depending on which conditions are counted as intersex. For the child with both an ovary and a testicle, which do they want to keep? Will they want to identify as male or female? How will the child who has a testicle and a uterus but no vagina want to identify? These individuals need to be given the opportunity to participate in the decisions for surgical and medical care and make their own decision on sexual identification. I call this to your attention because it is in the area of disorders or differences of sexual development that there should be a box on the birth certificate for the physician to check that says indeterminate. The purpose of the birth certificate is to record factual data, not gender preferences, gender identity, or sexual orientation. This bill should not become law because, one, it does not address the problem of children born with disorders of sexual development, and secondly, it negates biological fact with gender preference. This is not the purpose of a birth certificate. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson. The chair calls Emmett LeBlanc from Concord, a member of the public.
I'm not finding Mr. LeBlanc in the list here. He could raise his hand, perhaps.
Then the chair calls Barbara McLeod.
Hi, I am the mother of a transgender teenager who is set to testify. And I think if it's possible for me to have Lane be pulled up instead of me, I think her testimony is going to be more compelling and she has to go to class. So is it possible for you, she's on her own Zoom, is it possible for you to grab her instead of me?
I don't have her on the list, but.
I'm right here. Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you, Lane.
But we can swap her for you.
That would be great. I'll just say that from a parent's perspective, I've been through a lot of paperwork and a lot of stress trying to get her birth certificate changed. And this would be hugely beneficial. I agree with the.
Okay, we're going to take one McLeod, and I think you want your daughter.
Yes, okay. Go Lane.
Hello, my name is Lane Jocelyn, and I'm currently a sophomore in high school. I was born in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. My birth certificate says male, but I am very much a girl. My birth certificate determines all of my forms of ID: driver's license, passport, social security card, insurance card, SAT registration, financial aid for school, my season ski pass, and health forms. Every time I look at my passport that says male, a feeling of deep sadness ensues. The fact that my own gender isn't reflected in an ID I use often is, to be honest, painful and infuriating. Whenever I travel, I use my passport as an ID. Each time I stand before an airport official, I am scared and anxious. I see them notice that my ID says boy. They look up at me, then back to the passport, and then back to me, looking befuddled. My heart starts beating and I start sweating, petrified that I'll get pulled aside or questioned in public. This spring, I am attempting to take the driving exam. My license should reflect who I am. I should not be misgendered every single time I go to a new doctor or be forced to explain things to the SAT board with the hope that they will update their information so it doesn't disqualify me. This bill would streamline the process for me. Currently, I'm waiting for a court date to get my birth certificate amended. I hope and pray that the judge who hears my case understands what it means to be transgender and doesn't force me to wait until I get gender confirmation surgery. I have a letter from my doctor explaining that I have been living as my authentic self for 6 years and have undergone medical treatment. Being transgender is not easy, but this was not a choice. It's who I am. I have learned to deal with it, and I'm so fortunate that I've been completely accepted by my family, friends, and school. I do well in my studies, play on the soccer team, and am involved in my community. Please don't make it harder for teenagers like me. The current process causes unnecessary pain and is humiliating. I don't think you would want your kids to go through this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The chair calls Amy Manzelli.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair, members of the committee, I'm speaking to you this morning as another mother of a transgender person, except that this time we actually went through the current process to change our daughter's birth certificate. And I'm here to tell you that it was horribly difficult. I sent you an email to this effect dated February 25th. And so I hope that that is in your record and you will take a look at that for the details. But, you know, I am a New Hampshire licensed attorney, and I was challenged with this process. It was very onerous. My husband, myself, and my daughter needed to leave work and leave school to go to the courthouse. This was before the pandemic. We had to manage our daughters and our own emotions as we sat in front of a judge who grilled us and appeared that perhaps the change would not be granted. We had to pay a $110 filing fee to go through this process. And so our family is strongly in favor of this bill. We hope that you will vote OTP on this bill, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair now calls, I read it as Valen Werner.
Hold on. Oh, I thought you left. Good. Yay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Valen Werner. I'm here to express my support for HB 295. I support this bill because I'm familiar with how difficult it can be to change documents like birth certificates. And I'm hoping my perspective on what this process is actually like will be useful to the committee. I was born in Pennsylvania, and since last summer, I've been going through the process of changing the gender marker on my birth certificate, which was completed just a few days ago. Pennsylvania and New Hampshire have different processes, but their processes have similar weaknesses. To change someone's gender on the birth record, Pennsylvania requires a doctor to write a letter stating that that person has had appropriate clinical treatment for gender transition. Like New Hampshire's current requirement of a court order indicating a sex change, this forces transgender people who want to update their birth certificate to rely on another individual to decide whether they've undergone enough medical treatment to correct their documents. The first two doctors I approached about writing a letter refused to do so because even though I had been identifying and living full-time as a man for 3 years at the time, they weren't sure what the state meant by appropriate clinical treatment for gender transition. So they did not want to state whether I'd had it. Both of the first two doctors told me they were willing to write that my gender identity was male, but not to declare that I had done enough to transition. And I believe I was lucky that I was able to find a third doctor who agreed that my birth certificate should be changed. This bill would allow people born in New Hampshire to avoid problems like the one I had. After having treated me as their patient, any of my doctors would have been willing to affirm that I am a man and could be reasonably expected to be a man for the foreseeable future. It was clear to them as medical professionals, and according to this bill, that would have been enough. The one characteristic all transgender people have in common is that our gender is different from the one we were assigned at birth. So it makes sense that this should be the basis for updating our documents. Requiring that an individual prove anything beyond that ultimately leads to unequal circumstances for people who have difficulty accessing courts or whatever medical care meets the definition of a sex change. And so it prevents people with a legitimate need to amend their records from doing so. It also allows for discrimination against transgender people by leaving it up to a judge who may not have the appropriate medical knowledge to decide whether their level of medical transition is sufficient. So I am in full support of improving this process and recommending ought to pass on HB 295.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And the final one who signed in by the deadline to testify is Nancy Vaughn.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Nancy Vaughn. I actually signed in for House Bill 502. I thought.
You know what? You're right.
Oh, good. So I will be happy to speak with you later.
Shortly. All right, seeing that there's nobody else signed in, the chair closes the hearing on House Bill 295 and declares a 5-minute stretch break and bathroom break. Yeah. Looking out the window break.
For 4 years, I've been in this room and never realized those windows are different sizes. Those are big, those are little.
When we get to our regular meeting room, we will see we only have
Can you hear me?
those windows.
Because we're not. on the corner.
Okay, so, what? Do we shut off that mic while we stretch, or are we not?
Look, sit.
I just wanted to thank whichever of the hosts rescued me from the attendee list. I actually used the proper link, but apparently it's only usable once. So if I vanish again, I will join via the attendee list and somebody can promote me. And thank you.
We'll be glad to attend to that, Representative Clark. We also have a backup plan if we lose our hosts. I got myself set up as a co-host. So
right.
We're anticipating issues because of all the issues we've already had.
Appreciate it. Always nice to have duplicate systems in place. Okay, 502. 502.
You know, Lucy, your comment about duplicate systems applied in the operating room too. You always wanted to have two prostheses, one to drop on the floor and one to use. Right, Bill?
Well, it didn't always work that way. I remember once when I was a resident and I was assisting a pediatric ophthalmologist in cataracts.
Can't hear you real well. What's that?
I remember once when I was a resident, I was assisting a pediatric ophthalmologist in a cataract surgery. I think I was a beginning second year resident, and he suddenly passed out and was lying on the floor. I suddenly got promoted.
Ooh.
Redundancy.
Yeah.
Nothing like being thrown in off the deep end.
Yeah.
Talk about picking things up off the floor. We had a gal come in with a motorcycle accident which left her kneecap on the pavement.
Oh.
We judiciously cleaned it up, sterilized it, put it in as, and she did fine.
So he cycled for the cyclist.
Right.
And
And you always,
a recyclist.
yeah, and you always hated when you dropped the bone graft on the floor. That was a bad one too.
Oh, fortunately, I never did that.
I had a scrub do it once.
Liberal
A
arts.
structural graft too, not little chips.
Okay, the chair now starts the hearing on House Bill 502, establishing a committee to study whether adequate funds are being set aside from the Tobacco Fund for Youth and Young Adult Prevention. I think I know that's what it means. To help preserve long-term health. That's what we're trying to do. And the chair recognizes Representative Tucker to present the bill. Is Representative Tucker in the room?
I don't believe so.
Who's ever hosting? Can you see Representative Tucker?
She's not on the list.
Not on the attendees list right now.
Okay, it's a very brief bill, one page, and it just asks to establish a committee to study whether adequate funds are being set.
Excuse me, point of order. Normally, we would have a committee member simply present the bill so that we accept it.
Please, would somebody stop?
I would be glad to
I'd
do
be glad to. Oh, you do? Okay.
And it lists the membership of 3 members of the House and 3 members of the Senate, and the duties to study whether there's enough funds. Dr. Cy Churlo from DHHS, I'm told, this may be old news because we're quite a bit late in starting, can speak about the current program of tobacco and vape prevention. So Dr. Churlo? Churalo?
Dr. Chirala.
Hi, welcome back to the committee.
Good morning, Chair, Representative Pearson, and the committee members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm here just to talk about what we are currently doing about the youth prevention. Just to give you the background, the department supports the tobacco prevention activities through our tobacco prevention and cessation program. Under this program, it's actually funded through a federal as well as state resources. And we provide services on 4 areas. One is initiation among the youth and young adults, promote quitting, tobacco quitting among adult and youth. Again, eliminate exposure to secondhand smoke, and identify and eliminate tobacco-related disparities among population groups. So we, in the last 5 years, the department has actually expanded a lot of our youth prevention and intervention services. In the last 2 years, especially given in New Hampshire, there has been a rapid increase in the ENDS, we call it electronic nicotine delivery system or e-cigarette products. For general consumption, that's the e-cigarettes, that's how they are defined, especially among our high school aged youth, which is a great concern, not just only for us in the department, but across our many of our stakeholders, as well as from our legislative members too. What we have seen is in the last 2019 New Hampshire Youth Risk Behavior Survey, we had a high school age youth reporting current use of electronic cigarettes almost around 34%. And if you compare with the nationwide, it's only 27%. So that's a big number to think about. And what we also have seen is that many of the studies have been showing that the flavored e-cigarettes actually has fueled this epidemic or this kind of increase. Because when we found like 90% of youth e-cigarette users actually report using a flavored product, and 70% of them actually cite flavors as the reason for their use. So not many know about that there's a tobacco component in these flavors too. So that's a bigger kind of concern for us. So 2 areas that the department has focused on supporting the youth programs is on youth engagement. We feel that youth are critical in this, in the public health prevention strategies. They offer us, like, as we all know, they have a different take on things, from social media to what areas they want to hear the messaging, how they want to hear the messaging about the prevention. So we actually work with our tobacco prevention and cessation program actually engaged youth in youth groups in this focus on understanding what are the strategies that we need to talk about. How do we want to provide those prevention and intervention campaigns? So with that in mind, we actually, in the state fiscal 20 and 21, we actually launched a multi-platform prevention and intervention campaign. It's called Save Your Breath New Hampshire. It's actually, you can find it on our on a webpage on our website. It's saveyourbreathnewhampshire.org. So this actually with this campaign, we actually had around 1 million engagement and impressions. So with that information, like there were 50,000 people, 50,000 kids who were interested to learn about it. This website actually provided a lot of information on what kind of specifically educational kind of information, like what does vape means, what kind of products go into that vape and all that. So that's one of the areas that we worked on. The second area that we actually came out is called My Life, My Quit. It's a youth tobacco cessation program. So how we have tobacco quit line that's focused on adults 18 and over. The My Life, My Quit was very much focused on the youth tobacco prevention. So this one actually specifically adapted to include vaping and new ways of how to reach the coach, like a quit coaching coach who will help them to quit the tobacco products or vaping products. And they actually use the live text messaging, online chat. They provide a lot of what you call as educational information to the youth who are interested. And these are like, they're very, youth are very savvy. They're very savvy on these electronic social media kind of platforms. So this is how they could use, this is one of the way we actually worked to do that. So they actually provide coaches and they provide
I
very
apologize,
personalized support.
Dr. Shirella. We've actually lost the committee room and they can't hear you. So give me just a moment to see if we can resolve the technical issues.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you want me to hold off till they come on board?
Would you mind, because they can't hear anything, and without our chairperson, we have no way to continue.
I understand. I can hold off.
Thank you so much. Just one moment.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting day.
And it's still early.
Yeah.
You know, you sound like you're in a helicopter with your
Who, me?
yeah, with your headphones and however your mic is. You sound just like the helicopter guys giving you the weather report or the.
Oh.
I think of that
Well,
every time.
it's sunny and windy.
It is. Everything is rattling in my house.
It's the ghosts.
Well, it is an old house.
I will refrain from the comment I could make.
Yeah, because I don't know if we're being recorded or not, but
Oh, that's a good point.
You are.
Yeah, still being recorded. Yep.
so it's okay to talk about old houses.
Yes, this is Health, Human Services, and Elderly Houses.
Yes, that's it.
I've got an elderly house question for you.
Oh, good.
The last floor that I finished, our house is over 200 years old. So the last floor I finished, they had already painted once. So I just repainted and I filled all the gaps between the big pine things with caulk and then painted over it. But there's some that I want to refinish. And what do you fill those gaps with where all that, whatever they use, the granular stuff they use to caulk those pine flooring, I'm trying to figure out how to fill that so that it doesn't look like it's caulk when I restain the floors.
Oh, a floor fill.
Floors, yeah.
That's harder
That's kind of above my pay grade, but I would say one thing to be careful about. If you're going to refinish, which I presume you mean you're going to be sanding, some of the floor finishes, even if not paint, may have possibly contained lead.
Yeah, even when I was washing the outside windows, I wore gloves and I washed everything when I was done because we assumed there was paint, lead paint in the trim. So yeah, no, we've been very careful with some things that we found in this house. So.
Yeah, they can do some really, really cool spectroscopy to determine if there's lead in the layers of paint or finish below. Yeah.
Yeah, the walls had very little paint. They had 3-4 layers of wallpaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Oh, good. We're going to recess the bill on wallpaper.
We didn't come to a vote. Come on.
I know, I'll take a pasting on that one, I'm sorry. We're gonna go back to whatever we were doing before the power went out. Dr. Chai, please.
Yes, I'm usually in the State House, but I'm actually hanging out over here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, and let us know what your folks over at DHHS are doing regarding the smoking thing.
Thank you all again. Do you want me to begin from the whole thing?
No, how about halfway through?
Okay, thank you. So just to focus on two main things that the department has been working on are youth engagement, where we have established Save Your Breath New Hampshire campaign. So where we provide a lot of information on different fresh perspectives about vaping and why what those public health prevention strategies are for the youth. During last, we have started this campaign in the state fiscal 20 and 21. We had around 1 million engagement and impressions. So basically that's, I'm not the social media expert, but my understanding is that 1 million engagement is people who visited website, pull some information to understand those things or clicked on the information to get more details and all that kind of thing. We are planning to actually expand this further to use this information to like a phase 2 kind of thing to continue working with our youth population to understand how can we use this approach to include the middle and junior high school aged youth in increasing the education on electronic cigarettes. The second piece that we have started is the My Life, My Quit. Again, this is a youth tobacco cessation focused area that we are providing what you call has, it's almost like similar to the Quit Line program that we offer for the adults, but this one is very much focused on youth. Where we provide the trained coaches, they actually provide some of the personalized support for the youth who are interested in quitting vaping or vape products. And they provide how to cope with the stress, navigate some stressful situations or peer pressures, and even how to build relationships that promote that kind of a tobacco-free identity. And this program is only available in 21 states, including New Hampshire. It's a very much tailored to support the youth that population. Again, our future thought is to use this to expand and include our communities, especially our school administrations and our school community and superintendents and school boards to say how can we use this to support the youth in the school so that way they don't lose it gives them a support system for preventing the vaping. Again, we are with one of the biggest stumbling block for us in the last, as you all know, we are going through the COVID-19 pandemic that limited some of our work in the school systems. So that's where we are now currently with what we are doing on the youth. And we are hoping to expand these activities further in future. And we are working with our behavioral health, our Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services, also to expand those in-school activities to support the prevention or preventing vaping.
Thank you.
And thank you.
As you expand the program, are you putting in for additional funds? Because that's really what the bill is about, is seeing if you have enough money. So could you speak very briefly to, as you expand, how is your expansion of the program getting funded?
Currently, we had in the last biennium, we had prioritized vaping, and we received funds from in the legislative in our budget to support those activities, and that support is continuing. We have identified this as still our priority area for this budget too, and we are continuing to request more funds to support that activity.
The chair recognizes Representative Soloway for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Chirala, so nice to see you again.
Thank you.
This is a question which I'll pose to you, but it is possible that the chairman will choose to answer it. The bill stipulates a committee to study this issue. It is my limited understanding that committees are made up of members of the House only, whereas commissions, which are often impaneled to study issues, can be made up of members of the public as well. Would this be better remanded to a commission than to a committee?
Thank you for the question, Representative Salovey. I don't have much understanding, or I don't have how the commission or committee or different groups work, so I don't have the answer for that. I refer back to the committee for that clarity.
That puts us both on the same page. I was hoping that the committee chair might jump in and answer it for both of us, Dr. Trella.
Didn't happen. Representative Mackay.
Chairman, my comments are right along the same lines as Representative Salovey. There is an existing commission called the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee, which purpose is exactly to deal with issues like this. And it came up recently in another piece of legislation because they somewhat cut back on the membership of that committee. Since this is a function of Health and Human Services, it doesn't seem to me that this legislation is needed at all, and that it would simply report to the Oversight Committee like a whole bunch of other organizations do.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I could speak to the committee versus commission issue, but only if you would care to have me do so. Otherwise, I will hold my comments for another time.
When we have time to burn, that would be very instructive. Anyone else? Thank you, Dr. Tsai. Always good to see you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
And as promised, the chair recognizes Nancy Vaughn from the American Heart Association, who signed up to testify, in fact, on this bill.
Okay, there is my unmute. Can you hear me now?
You're wonderful.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for giving this bill some consideration. For the record, I'm Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire. I did sign on in support of House Bill 502, but I don't have any specific suggestion that it be a committee, a commission, or be handed off to another already established group to talk about. But I just urge that this issue be talked about and to find a way to fund this really important tobacco program. Dr. Torello went into great detail on what it is that they would like to accomplish this year into next year. And then even beyond that, there is a need for a tobacco control program. These are programs that really can have a vast impact on reducing youth tobacco use, and tobacco includes electronic products. It also includes new and emerging products such as the heat not burn. There are always new products coming out from the industry. So, looking at this 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it's a different world right now that needs to be looked at and funding found. Now, the American Heart Association, looks at the CDC for their recommendations on what states should be spending. And for New Hampshire, it's a whopping $16.5 million annually, which we have not come close to in the past. The AHA would really recommend, a state starting at least 15% of the CDC recommendation for their states. For New Hampshire, that would be approximately $2.5 million a year. So we have a ways to go between that and where we're funding right now. But I really do urge you to look into this issue. The state does receive over $240 million a year between tobacco taxation and master settlement funding. So there are funds there. It's just prioritizing taking some of those funds and putting it to helping our kids not start what could be a lifelong tobacco problem. I also back what Dr. Torello was saying about funding in this current budget process, not only their efficiency budget, but also that extra $220,000 per year for this new initiative. So again, I urge you to pass the bill or amend it in some way that we can continue this conversation into the near future, but not to take too much time to study it. So
Well,
with
since
that,
I
I will end. Yeah.
Since I chair the Oversight Committee, Representative Soloway reminded us, and he's on it as well, we will be addressing this very issue. And you may be happy to learn that on Sunday, the chair of finance for the House presented me a huge stack of papers and wanted me to go through it and tell him what I thought was really important. So I plan on doing that for this too. So
very good.
A couple of
Thank you.
swipes at it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Merchant, you had your hand up, did you?
I did, Mr. Chairman, but she answered my question about the committee versus the commission, and also about the process of putting this through the Oversight Committee versus creating another committee itself.
If it's pretty much the mind of us that this is an important task to be done, but the task to do it is the Oversight Committee, then we can exec the bill unanimously ITL. If that's what we all seem to think. If there are people who think, oh no, we really do need a separate committee, then we'll have a longer discussion. So this isn't a vote, this is a straw vote. If you would like to exec it ITL and let Oversight Committee handle this very, very legitimate request, could you just sort of put your hands up? All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
To advocate for the funding, do we need a bill?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Thank you.
We don't need a bill to advocate for funding. This can be done in a couple of ways. All right, would somebody like to move an ITL on this bill?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We need to enter an executive session first.
You are correct. I
We're
closed
still in the
hearing
bill
on
hearing.
502, and I'll open an executive session on 502. Thank you very much for that reminder. I get so excited I forgot the protocols. Representative Soloway moves ITL.
Second.
And second is?
McKay.
McKay, yes. Representative Shapiro, before we call the roll, do you have something to say?
Yes. Perhaps it's because the sponsor of the bill didn't introduce it, but I'm just left without any idea whether there are serious impediments to funding these programs, which I think my general bias would be there probably are. But I don't have any specifics about whether there are financial impediments to funding these programs and what they are. So I just feel like I don't have enough information to know if there needs to be a committee to study this. So I guess that's a reason to vote to ITL it. Unless that information is going to be forthcoming.
Did anyone receive written testimony from the bill's sponsor on 502? I don't recall getting any. Representative Weber?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think from Ms. Vaughn, we have significant testimony to show us that the funding that is allocated for tobacco prevention in youth is woefully underfunded by standards set by the CDC. It seems to me that that has been an issue that certainly has plagued my 14 years in the legislature. And the place that it actually, the only place it can actually be addressed is in the budget. So it seems to me that people, sorry?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Let the gentlelady speak, please.
Unless we can make an appropriation in our committee, not with this bill because it didn't have one in it, but a committee via a bill can make an appropriation, but unless that gets passed and gets past the finance committee and into the budget, it doesn't matter what we do. And as the chair has a great deal of information and is actually being consulted by folks from finance, which is a wonderful thing, we have a very good way of getting some information to them. And I think that in addition to that, a subcommittee of the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee, if we need one, is an option. But I don't think we need to study this issue. It's woefully underfunded. We ought to fund it more. There are funds available there are funds in that we get a tobacco settlement, but that money gets allocated to other things by our budget writers. So that's the problem. And I don't think that having a committee or a commission or a subcommittee to study it actually gets us a lot farther forward. What we need to do is get the money put into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else has a hand up. It looks like Representative Knirk.
Yes, and well, sitting here sorting out what we're doing, I sort of even misheard what the issue is about how much money we spend. But just to clarify, I did quickly look it up for the tobacco education and so on in New Hampshire in the fiscal year 2019, that though we took in $255 million in tobacco settlement and taxes, we only allocated $140,000 to prevention, which is a 0.8 of the CDC number as opposed to the 15%, which would be a bare minimum. So I agree with Representative Weber. We don't need to think about it. We just need to have the will to do it, to realize that some of this money needs to go fund cessation, not just to fund all the other parts of the budget.
If no, Representative Snow.
Unmute.
Unmute, Ken. We're not that good at reading your lips.
Yeah.
unless you're going to interpret them.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My computer automatically unmutes me from time to time. But anyway, can you hear me now?
Can.
Yes.
Thank you.
I had the same question that Representative Knirk had, but I just wondered if there was anything anywhere that had a percentage of that money that in the tobacco fund that's supposed to be spent on prevention. Is there a percentage? Somebody said 15%, and we're under that. Is that correct? Hello?
Representative Knirk, you got the numbers?
Yeah, it was what they're referring to is 15% of a spending target from the CDC. It's not, at least the information I've dug up, it doesn't have a percentage of what we're supposed to be using within the state, but we know that the state chronically does these things. I mean, think about the meals and rooms tax. It's not returned back to the municipalities the way it should. This is not being put into tobacco cessation as it should.
And of those individuals on the committee, follow up, those individuals on the committee, are they in as good a position as anyone to look at this situation and ask if the percentage of those funds that are spent on prevention is adequate? I mean, I don't know that we need a new committee to do that.
I think the oversight committee can handle this, and
Thank
we will
you.
ask people to testify before us and so on.
Thank you.
Anybody else? The motion before us is House Bill 502. Moved, ITL, by Representative Soloway and seconded by Representative McKay. If you vote yes or aye, you are voting ITL. The clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marsh,
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
Yes.
Representative Gay,
Yes.
Representative Cushman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow,
Yes.
Representative Knirk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway,
Yes.
Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yeah.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
and Representative Pearson.
Yes.
21-0.
Without
Consent.
objection to consent, Representative Soloway, please write
Yes.
the blurb. Please write the blurb.
I will try to get that done. How do I convey that to you, Mr. Chair? By email?
That's a very acceptable practice.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we close the executive session on House Bill 502. And in our schedule, and only 40 minutes late, is House Bill 381 relative to laboratory testing. And Representative Edwards is recognized to introduce his bill.
Ah.
Okay, so I'm off of mute. I don't know if you can see me. If you can, it's unfortunate I put a coat and tie on. I'm Representative Jess Edwards. I represent Auburn, Chester, and Sandown. The bill I'm introducing today, House Bill 381 FN, is essentially identical to the bill that was heard last term by this committee. The difference was last term, we had a bill and an amendment to go with it to improve it. And this bill is fully integrated, so it's just one bill, no amendment. What it does is essentially establishes or advances, it doesn't establish, but it advances the principle that individuals should be able to get information about their own medical conditions, and that they should be able to do that in a most efficient, least expensive way possible. The bill would allow an individual adult to go in and order a diagnostic pathology procedure and receive it if the pathology service chooses to provide the service. The pathology services are not mandated under this bill. They're enabled to do a direct diagnostic pathology test at the patient's own personal request. The patient is required under this bill to pay for it themselves when they're ordering it themselves. So there's more personal accountability there. The pathology service needs to be nationally certified, which was an important part of the amendment last year that's now in the bill. And then the physicians that may have this person as a patient, they are not they're not held liable for anything resulting in their diagnosis and treatment unless they are aware of the laboratory procedure. So this bill would have helped me in a narrow instance, and so I think it's going to help others. I went naked without health insurance, leaving my corporate job before I got into the age category where the VA provided me care. So there were about 9 months there where I knew that I had type 2 diabetes and that I wanted to get an A1C. I knew how to interpret the number of an A1C. It's not really rocket science. 6 or thereabouts is kind of okay. The double digits, you got a real problem. So it would have helped me, but when I went in to ask one of the local labs, they said they weren't authorized without a physician's order. Now that might have been policy, but what I'm suggesting is that this bill would emulate what Arizona has done for 3 or 4 years now. There doesn't seem to be any problems in Arizona with it. And I would ask that we advance this very small medical freedom bill, free market bill in New Hampshire. And if you're concerned about the physician outside of the loop, then I would just remind you that increasingly we have wearable diagnostics that are taking all kinds of diagnostic information and allowing us to look at them ourselves. And that medical information is not necessarily integrated with your medical record. So we already have a situation where the technology is getting out in front of our brick and mortar system. And what this bill would do would be to allow our brick and mortar laboratories to basically keep pace with the evolving nature of our healthcare system. So with that, I'd ask you to consider this bill and offer it up as an OTP, and I'll take questions if there are any.
And we'll call on people to ask you questions in just a minute, but I'm moving ahead. Dr. Gary Sobelson from the New Hampshire Medical Society, because he has told me he has patients imminently. So if Dr. Sobelson, you're still on the meeting and wish to testify, you're being called up now.
I am, and thank you very much for that opportunity. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I being heard?
You are being heard, and
thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and representatives, thank you for this opportunity to present my testimony regarding HB 381. My name is Dr. Gary Sobelson, and I'm a family physician in Concord. I come here, though, representing the New Hampshire Medical Society, and we do wish to speak against passage of this bill. HB 381 exposes the challenge of maintaining scientific professionalism in an increasing consumer-driven society. I think the representative who just presented this bill absolutely presented that case. Its goal to increase access to laboratory medicine is very tempting, and it tempts us to open up a broad area of medical practice previously limited by what are almost centuries-old constraints, certainly more recent. Somewhat like the effect of Dr. Google with regard to medical knowledge, which suggests that individuals can successfully manage their own medical affairs and should have the freedom to do so. But the New Hampshire Medical Society would suggest that HB 381 is a Pandora's box, and we would encourage the New Hampshire legislature not open this box at this time. The ordering of laboratory tests is a very complex and essential component of the practice of medicine, as opposed to the simplicity that the prior representative just presented with regard to a test that in fact might be a good one to have available. Much is not simple in laboratory medicine. But it's actually not for that reason traditional reason that we oppose the bill. It's really because profound educational, quality monitoring, and yes, even with the bill's liability-bearing responsibilities are closely tied to this decision-making. In order to effectively order laboratory tests, a medical professional is required to understand the pathophysiology behind them, the rationale of the test use, perform risk-benefit and cost-benefit analysis, and consider the proper use and consequences of creating medical data. Ordering and interpreting most medical tests requires understanding of test sensitivity and specificity, positive and negative predictive value, and similar concepts. Stuff that a lot of Americans have become a little bit familiar with listening to COVID test results over the past year. But for what we would argue is a very complex set of decision-making for a very, very large number of tests. And most importantly, it requires that all our clinicians take responsibility for interpreting the meaning of those results within the context of a specific patient's medical needs. Now, again, an individual may say that they're the ultimate owner of those needs, but that's not something that applies to every piece of data about them. The efforts of this bill to gloss over those elements with statutory language do not persuade our profession of that wisdom. Unnecessary tests lead to unnecessary care is a well-grained maxim in the education of a doctor, a PA, or a nurse practitioner. More is not better in the area of diagnostic testing. And in fact, it comes with measurable and significant risks that we study and discuss in our literature, and they become our responsibility to understand and practice. Ultimately, the issue of medical liability will be settled by the judiciary, and despite the earnest efforts of a section in this bill, Section 4, to relieve clinicians of liability stemming from actions proposed by the bill, I would suggest to you that our society would support that the downstream ramifications are impossible to predict. While HB 381 tries to dissect off insurance billing and therefore increase medical costs from its goals, there is no question to me as a clinician that one of the first outcomes of data being presented to me that I didn't ask for is that I'm going to repeat the test. It's done throughout our medical system. We see it all the time. Or even worse, perform expensive follow-up studies that weren't needed in the first place, but now they're required for liability and defensive medicine purposes. This is already a very significant issue in medical practice, and an awful lot of our medical resources go to evaluate what we call incidental omas, things that are identified on a lab panel or a diagnostic test, but they're overwhelmingly unlikely to be important to a patient's health. This patient is really hard, this problem, by the way, is very hard to address even in its current form, but legislation like the one in front of you will undoubtedly expand such practices, and therefore it will have significant cost ramifications to programs like New Hampshire Medicaid, insurance companies, and ultimately to all of us. The FDA has a robust and coherent program for assessing and approving direct-to-consumer testing. There's home testing kits and mail-in systems that address many of the goals of this legislation, and this should be the path by which medical testing becomes consumer-friendly and accessible. Such important home tests that we all are used to: pregnancy testing, ovulation testing, blood sugar testing, HIV testing, and recently approved COVID-19 testing have been approved after they are scrutinized for accuracy, for narrowness of purpose, usefulness to the public, and with consideration to their advantages and dangers. A bill like HB 381 that broadly opens up medical laboratory testing meets none of those criteria in our view. To conclude, one can purchase a scalpel and you can use it to cut balsa wood or create beautiful works of art, but we do not legislate opening up the operating rooms of our state hospitals to anyone who can wield a knife. Similarly, while the safety of many over-the-counter products has increased access and reduced costs to allergy medications, minor pain relievers, and low-potency steroid creams, through a rigorous FDA assessment program about the value and safety of each product, the American health system has chosen not to let consumer demand define access to opioids, systemic antibiotics, and many high-potency prescription medications. Understanding that the same principles presented here require that the control of such products through statute and law are preferred to the temptation of absolute freedom because of the dangers, both obvious and inadvertent, that may ensue. The New Hampshire Medical Society, with over 2,000 physician members, requests that you consider the obvious and unintended consequences of HB 381 and vote to defeat its purposes. Thank you.
Would you take some questions, Doctor?
I can for a few moments, yes.
Okay, any questions for the doctor, because he's got to run? Okay, somebody who just waved an index finger. Who is that? Oh. I wondered why he was wearing a mask. Yeah, Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Sobelson, for taking my question. It's a pleasure hearing from you again today. Would I not be correct that there are already a number of sites across the state of New Hampshire where consumers can go and order their laboratory tests without a doctor's order, have them shipped to laboratories in the state of Arizona, and have them performed? And so therefore, the only effect of this bill will be to allow New Hampshire laboratories to compete on a level playing field with laboratories in the state of Arizona.
Representative Marsh, Dr. Marsh, I am not familiar with such labs. I have no doubt that there are different states with different laws. My comment is really about what New Hampshire law and New Hampshire statute should propose. I do not know of what you speak.
Thank you.
And Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you for taking my question, Dr. Sobelson. Following up on Representative Marsh's question, I'm aware of the fact, I think even in Vermont next door, that they allow for a lot of the testing we're talking about prohibiting here in New Hampshire. I think there's 37 states that now currently allow for it, so I don't know why New Hampshire would be different.
Dr. Sorensen?
I thought Representative Merchant, I thought that was a comment.
Okay.
I understand the basis of it. But was there a question? I didn't hear a question. I'm sorry.
Just giving you a chance in case you wanted to respond.
Oh, no, again, yeah, I think my testimony stands on that comment. That's fine. Again, I think there is, I would expound that there is increasing consumerism. There is certainly increased access to testing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing and that we should widely open it up in our state just because it happens in other places.
Thank you.
I guess.
Yes, Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Sobelson, for taking my question. Let's assume a patient has gone to a direct-to-consumer lab, got a lab study, and it's determined by the patient this is abnormal, and they send it to your office. Although the bill has identified that you're not culpable for acting on that, once it reaches your office, my understanding is that once you're made aware of it, you are indeed culpable. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely correct, Representative Dr. Woods. I think, as we well know, our responsibilities are, there are different levels of this, but information that is within our knowledge, but we have a direct responsibility to the patient. Ignoring data that comes into us that we see would be professionally unresponsible. I think our Board of Medicine would frown very strongly on that. It would frankly be unethical beyond whatever the legislature tries to state. Now, what type of evidence is available in a court of law is way outside of my purview. But the most important point about this is that the kind of tests that we're talking about are the beginning point of what is often of much more information. So the example of the A1C, which by the way, I would support an A1C being available to a diabetic to know that. I don't think there's very high risk there at all. But the point is, the A1C comes to me, if I don't respond to it, and I don't contact the patient and say, I see that you have an A1C of 10 and therefore your diabetes is in poor control, what are we going to do about that? I would certainly be seen as liable under our current standards of care. So I don't see how the legislature can protect against information not being available as evidence, perhaps, in malpractice. But what about the professional responsibility? Clearly.
Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. If you do receive a test result, say an A1C of 10 instead of 7, below 7, what is the problem? If this is your patient and now you know, and you can charge, it's not a problem about charging to have telemedicine, what is the problem?
Well, I think we're picking the example that is probably the best example of something that might be a good test to segment out and have available to diabetics, much as home blood sugar testing, by the way, is. But how about if a patient orders a genetic panel that that identifies him as having being at risk for a rare illness. Now, again, there are companies that are doing that, but now that information comes to me. What is my responsibility now? What if I don't even have the expertise to interpret that test? And again, I think there are many laboratory tests that even I, as a family physician, don't have the expertise to order, and I shouldn't be ordering them. So I think by picking the examples of things that perhaps there will be marketable tests in, simple to interpret, safe, reliable, understandable tests, and then opening that up to a blood panel which has 26 values on it. Almost always statistically, people have slight errors on, and now call me up to want to know what it all means. Well, it doesn't mean anything. Do I need a workup for my liver disease because my transaminase test was 36 when the normal on this lab is 34? So it's really not a matter of charges. It's a matter of doing unnecessary tests that lead to more unnecessary tests. That's our greatest concern as a society.
Representative Knurk.
Thank you, Dr. Sobelson. I wanted to get back to that issue of what we do see with that diagnostic cascade, and particularly with the risks of screening tests which may have a high false positivity rate or poor predictive value, or serology tests where the implications aren't really what they might appear at first glance. So do you think if we were going to pass such a bill as this, I should say, given the fact that we go through 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, 3 to 6 years of residency, so we can interpret these, do you think the patient, with the assistance of Dr. Google, will have the ability to be able to sort these issues out themselves? And should there be a disclaimer by the lab, if such a bill went through, to emphasize what the importance is, the false negativity of any given test or its poor predictive value?
Yeah, I mean, I think your preamble explains the problem, that the concept that this is in any way a simple and straightforward aspect of medical practice is a fallacy. So this is far more challenging than the decision to prescribe antibiotics, and yet we don't have people walking into pharmacies and getting antibiotics. It's far more challenging than a great deal of the simple decision-making that goes on in medicine. It's actually one of the most complex aspects of decision-making that we do, is deciding what tests to order and then deciding what to do with that information. I'm not sure a disclaimer takes me very far, Representative Knurk, Dr. Knurk, but I suspect that again, those are the lawyers lining up to sort of determine liability in a sort of very basic way. My greater concern is what it says to our society about their role in healthcare versus how important education becomes. And again, I think this reference to Dr. Google is a good one. I think in our current state, withholding knowledge is not something that we really want to do. On the other hand, we really want people to be careful about how they use that knowledge. And this is an area where the state has some control. Obviously, we can't control the misinformation that comes across the internet that at times puts people at risk. But maybe we can control them not ordering their own tests and trying to interpret them on their own.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what is to stop physicians if their patient gets tests ordered through a lab without the physician's order? What is to stop the physician from explaining to the patient, when the patient makes them aware of the results of this, I don't have the expertise for that, and then referring them, or just simply explaining, well, this is what I know about the specificity of this test, and is there something that will prevent a physician from doing that?
Absolutely not. I think physicians could make their own determination. If you pass a bill of this sort, the medical system will have to find a way to adapt to a consumer-driven testing model, I guess. I mean, and we will do so. You know, we're not going to abandon our patients just because they come at us with data. I guess what our society is trying to say to you all is that this is not going to enhance the care of the citizens of New Hampshire. It's probably going to increase the risk of increased cost and adverse outcome rather than benefit us.
Follow
Well, what do you think about so many cases that we hear about that I see as a nurse, and also where patients ask and bring a problem to their physician and ask for, you know, what should be done, and only to be have their issue minimized and say, oh, well, it's nothing. And then the patient goes, and luckily we have the world's information at our fingertips, and the patient finds something to go off of and goes to a different doctor and says, can you order this lab? And or goes to an independent lab that is serviced through another state. And then they find that they do have a diagnosis that was missed by the doctor. Don't you think that this bill could help solve some of those misdiagnoses?
Respectfully, I suspect that problem is an unusual problem, but you've also described how it often gets solved, is that people make the decision to seek other expertise. They generally don't solve the problem by ordering their own test. And as what I tried to point out in my testimony was that I think the greater risk of this is that you'll have more misdiagnosis. So that, again, increasing access to some sorts of data by people who are not trained to interpret that data, that being the general citizenry, could probably increase the risk. I mean, I suspect there are people who you know, I mean, we don't let people without driver's license drive. I suspect sometimes they could avert, you know, something bad happened to them if they could drive somewhere. But we're recognizing that there are risks associated with those limited benefits, and I think the benefits are quite limited in the situation you're describing.
Click.
Representative Weber.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairman, and thank you very much, Dr. Sobelson, for taking my question.
Turn your screen off for a second so they don't see me.
We're hearing voices. I'm hearing voices. Could everybody mute? Anyway, to go ahead, if we have people who are getting tests and then sending them to the doctor, who then needs to either retest, further test, or refer to other folks for confirmation that this is not in fact an issue that is of true concern, does that risk driving up the cost of medical insurance for the general population?
I believe that was one of my comments, because I saw in this bill it did not seem to have a fiscal note attached to it. I believe it does, and there are examples of that already. Now, there's a program called Lifeline that many of you probably have gotten the mailings from. Now, this is not patient-driven. This is actually a medical. There are doctors behind that project, but they're not your doctors, and they're doctors making a profit. But they order tests. And then the Lifeline report comes to me, and I'll tell you that when you test a lot of people over the age of 60 looking for, let's say, carotid disease, a disease state which that expert groups in the United States have said you should not be screening people for, that early disease, finding early disease is not valuable. Well, Lifeline finds this all the time, and now a patient comes to me and says, you know, they tell me I may have a blockage of my carotid. You better do some additional tests. Now, not only does that lead to very expensive follow-up testing, it leads to testing that puts your life at risk. And in fact, the expert groups that have studied this have said that those tests shouldn't have been done in the first place, and the only way to avoid that. So that's an example. Now, again, the average person looks at that and says, well, if I have early carotid disease, I'd sure like to know, because maybe it'll stop me from having a stroke. Well, the trouble is that the interventions that we're going to follow through from that test might be of greater risk to you than the benefit. And in fact, that's the evidence. It's not, this is the more is not better question in American medicine. And those of us who practice preventive medicine and are in this system have really come to understand that. And again, the kind of data we're talking about creating with this bill will contribute to that, will contribute to cost, but also will contribute significantly to risk.
Thank you.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Sobelson. In regards to the laboratory work, we've been talking about diagnostic work. A lot of the lab work that I've seen has been more to monitor a clinical outcome or improvement and so forth, not strictly to diagnose the patient. So what I'm trying to ask a question to you is there a reasonable compromise here saying that if the patient's been diagnosed and has a diagnosis, whether it be diabetes and so forth, that they could in fact order a A1C or some other lab work that's going to help them monitor their therapy and achieve the outcome the clinician wants them to achieve. It doesn't have to do with diagnosing an issue, but monitoring a clinical outcome or trying to get to an outcome. Would that be a reasonable compromise?
Again, I think that comes back in my testimony, Representative Merchant, to the idea of being specific and limited in its scope. So your example of an A1C is a good one. I mean, frankly, I'm surprised there isn't a commercial home test for A1C. There probably should be. It may be that it's harder to perform than I'm guessing, because that would be a good example of a limited focus, very useful test for someone to be able to monitor on their own, much as people do their own blood sugars. The trouble with just talking about monitoring a diagnosis is that it opens up a very deep Pandora's box of diagnosis. If I have lymphoma, should I be able to monitor my CBCs and monitor my blood work if I'm on chemotherapy or if I'm not on chemotherapy? I don't know. If I have lupus, should I be able to monitor the very complex medical tests that are available to people like that? So I think that's where you have to kind of go to standards of care by specialists in particular groups. And it's why, in fact, many of us support consumer-driven approaches in diagnoses like diabetes, but probably wouldn't when it comes to cancer. You're dealing with an entirely different scope of testing. So I think your compromise, again, speaks to the importance of having limited testing that's thought about. And that's what the FDA does with this, with a lot, because there's a great deal of commercial interest in what you're talking about. But I don't see how you can manage that with regard to routine laboratories, pathology specimens, and blood work in our society.
Mr. Chairman, if I may follow up, please.
Follow up, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sobelson. Give an example of something that doesn't do with blood sugar, but I have a family member who has to go to a physician to basically get a potassium level done. Right now, it's an inconvenience. They know it, but every single time they want it done, they have to go to the lab by a physician. And what I'm trying to get to is it's not just A1C, there's cholesterol, there's other lab tests that could be done that are, I think, open to helping the patient. We should be trying to teach the patient to manage the care and not constantly go back to themselves. It goes back to the analogy to teach somebody how to fish versus fishing for them. And I'm trying to get that fine line and saying, how do we help the patient become a caregiver of their own care versus everything having to go through the physician? Because not everything has to go through the physician, should go through the physician. And I'm trying to find that middle ground and saying, how do we help the patient care for themselves?
Again, I would respond, Representative Merchant, very respectfully. I agree with a great deal of the philosophy you're bringing forth, but the example's a good one. So a serum potassium, a seemingly simple test, is an extremely complex bit of pathophysiology. Is it renal? Is it medication problems? Is it because, is it nutritional? So that is a test that has no standard for following it. You have to know what you're following. And again, patients shouldn't be self-managing their potassium. There's way too much knowledge. And I think what you're describing, and I think very virtuously, is that there are conditions that patients can do a lot of self-management on. And in those situations, we should find ways to make it as inexpensive and easy for them to do that. And I fully support that. But I don't think this bill really does that. I think this bill kind of opens up a wide a wide array. And I'm not sure how you can narrow it down without being very specific about specific tests. And that's I guess, where I would end my thoughts about that. I think we could agree about a few additional specific tests, but I don't think that we would agree that electrolytes or serum potassium would be a good choice. We would say that takes an awful lot of medical knowledge to interpret.
Representative Nelson.
Yes, yes, Chairman. Thank you for taking this question. If somebody just goes into a lab in a hospital and they want a certain test for free, does the hospital have to give it?
I'm not an expert in this area, but I'm pretty sure I could say no to that one. But on two fronts. One is I don't think you could walk into a hospital lab and order your own test in any hospital in our state. And secondly, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be free. You can, pretty sure.
Representative Snow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Dr. Sobelson. Wouldn't it be smarter if, looking at the bill, lines 16 through 20, it really says the physician is no obligation to respond to laboratory tests that he didn't order, and that they have no, not subject to any liability or disorder if they do. But if people did have a relationship with a physician, such as yourself, can't they request routine? I get Coumadin levels tests, whatever they call that test. And I get a year-long order from a lab. I go down with the intervals that they want to go to, and the insurance then pays for it. However, if I went and had those tests done on my own, I'd have to pay for it out of pocket each time I did it. Wouldn't this responsibility, if somebody goes on their own, it would bring on unnecessary costs that could be avoided by simply having a responsible relationship with a physician that could order tests periodically without necessarily having another appointment. The doctor's office just calls me back and says your level is fine, do the same thing next month. Wouldn't that be a much smarter move, and makes this bill sort of unnecessary, except in very unusual circumstances, such as what Representative Edwards talked about, where they just didn't have a relationship with a physician? I mean, isn't this only necessary in the most unusual circumstances, I guess?
Well, I would agree with everything you said, Representative Snow. So I agree. And I think your example of how physicians try to make testing accessible and low cost is part of the point. I don't think that's the intent of this legislation. The intent of this legislation is, I think, as presented, is to in fact bypass physician and nurse practitioner and PA control over this and make it a consumer activity. And again, I don't think that's without some potential benefit, but I don't think as widely open as discussed. That's all. So I agree with you. That's how we do things. And in fact, the economic aspect of it is actually, in my mind, a very minimal aspect of this. As you described, we don't charge. There are many patients of mine who get an A1C and call 3 months later, and we review it together, and it's a standing order, and you manage them over the phone because they don't have insurance, and that's. But that doesn't change my responsibility. Whether I'm charging them or not, I still have the same level of responsibility to provide care that meets the standard of care, and that's excellent. And I think that's where this bill particularly
I'll finish it.
suggests that we wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Dr. Sobelson, my note here says you have patients at 11:30, and I
thank you.
Welcome. I'm going to call a couple more people to testify. Apparently there's been a windstorm in Auburn, and Representative Edwards is not on the internet. Is he here by telephone? See him anywhere? Well, there's another windstorm.
I'm back.
Oh, good. He's there.
Okay, you're back, and now we're back to questions for you from the committee.
Sorry, I missed so much of the previous witnesses' answers. They were pretty interesting to me.
Anyone with any questions? I see a hand. It looks like Representative Bill Nelson.
I lowered my hand.
Any, does anybody have any?
Bottom Hill. Where's that?
No.
All right, Representative Knurk.
Thank you very much. It may have been during your absence, Representative Edwards, but we did talk a lot about the diagnostic cascade where one test leads to another. And often if there is something that's inconclusive, a lab may say, we would suggest that you would proceed on with this, this, and this. Given the fact that there would be a motivation of a lab to encourage more business, would you be, if we did pass this bill, would you be amenable to an amendment that would prohibit a laboratory from suggesting any further testing on the basis of a test result?
So thank you for your question. I think that's a very interesting possibility. I would want to talk to people that I know in Arizona about an effect an amendment might have like that, and if they've tried something like that. I think somebody's pounding some pots and pans in the kitchen somewhere.
Would
in
somebody
any case,
stop pounding pots and pans? Go ahead.
So, but to answer your question directly, I'm amenable to any amendment that this committee wants to offer. I would like to enjoy the fact that some of you may share with me the principle of empowering patients and allowing them to gain access to their own medical information so that they can do with it what they think they should do, whether that's go find a physician or just eat more healthy or whatever. I do like the medical freedom aspect of this bill, and as much as, and I'll stop there because that's all you asked.
Representative Edwards, given you mentioned the word amendment, my plan is to exec this bill next Monday. So anybody who wishes to bring forth amendments would be very helpful if we could see them by the end of the week so that we wouldn't go right into Monday and have to stop and read them at that time. So that's the plan I have going forward. Let's see, Representative Acton. You had your hand up.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Edwards. About 2 years ago, I wanted to get my cholesterol checked. It's been many years before I got it checked, since I got it checked. So I called my PCP. He had left the practice so I could set up another appointment, and it was 6 months before he was available. I went to that appointment and he gave me an order to go get some testing, and I started a new job, got distracted, and by the time I got to to go get the testing, the order had expired, and I had to go. At that point, I threw my hands up, and I still haven't gotten my cholesterol test. So, would this bill help me in that situation?
I thank you for the question, Representative Acton, and I'd say this bill would have addressed directly your issue. You were, it sounds like you were in between providers. You knew that you had a chronic condition. You knew that you needed a particular cholesterol test. You knew that based on the results, what you might do to modify your behavior to better manage your health status. This bill would have allowed you to be an empowered, respected member of society, able to access your own information and to behave responsibly in your own self-interest. So I think this bill would have helped you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Edwards. I realize that you didn't hear all of the previous testimony, but some of it, some of the concerns were about leading to over testing, which might be medically problematic and also financially problematic. But some of the testimony was also about the difficulty in interpreting many tests. I am very sympathetic to patient autonomy and people being able to take control of their own bodies and their own health. But I'm concerned about the complications, some of the unintended complications that you know, a broad opening of testing might cause. So would you be amenable to amending this bill so that it allowed for certain types of testing that were determined to be more useful and tests that did not lead to unintended bad consequences? That might take retaining the bill, because I think this would be a complicated amendment to make. We need a lot of expertise to know which tests should be included and which should be not included. But would you be open to that approach?
So the short answer is yes, but I would just, as a fellow legislator, suggest to you that that's probably too much detail for a policy committee to try to research and legislate and put into statute. That it might be better to identify some panel that already exists somewhere and have them issued, able to issue guidance on which labs should be able to be ordered and which shouldn't. Keep in mind, my bill does not mandate that the laboratories do the testing. So I do think I've left some flexibility in there for labs and pathologists to simply say no. It's a voluntary interaction between labs and people. So I just would suggest a different approach, but I'm open to an amendment if that's what the committee believes is appropriate.
Any further questions for Representative Edwards? Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do you agree? I'm trying to put this all in one view. Do you agree that this bill is a compromise for people who don't have insurance and need to do this without paying for a physician, either because they can't reach a physician or they just can't afford it, and people who do have insurance?
You've identified you've identified the exact sweet spot for this bill. That individual, that sentient adult who is in between healthcare providers and maybe be short on funds, but knows that they need to know something about their health status that a diagnostic pathology exam might reveal. And so that would be a key segment of our adult population that would benefit from this bill, those without providers.
Follow up?
Follow up.
The other condition, I mean, that is, you know, I agree, absolutely. And I found myself in a position, it wasn't a lab test. It was, I had to see three spinal surgeons before I found one who agreed with the doctor who read my MRI. And so I'm very sympathetic to this situation, because it sounds like this would also, put this as a question, wouldn't this also help a person who has insurance and can't find a doctor who is agreeing with their symptoms, so that this way they could have a test to have to prove what their problem is that nobody's listening to yet. So I'm thinking it benefits more. I don't know how to put that in a question, but don't you think that helps benefit people who have insurance too, as well as the people who don't?
I think thank you for the question. I think that anytime you empower a patient to take care of themselves and to worry about their own health status, you're making the healthcare system that much better. I heard the theory of cascade diagnostic procedures and potential increases to the health insurance system. But I would just remind folks that this is not a new law. It's been done in Arizona. We could find out if this cascade problem's been a problem. But my bill explicitly states that insurance companies do not have to pay for the procedure. That's an individual responsibility of the person who wants to know more about their health condition. So the rest, I think, is theory and a valid concern, but I wouldn't kill this bill out of theory and concerns that haven't been validated.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Edwards. I was wondering, are you aware that there are some conditions that that patients feel symptoms for a long time before they become clinical? So to the question about amending the bill, this could potentially be a disservice to people experiencing some of those conditions if they're checking their labs and they have, they're really trying to get to the bottom of their symptoms to stop them from repeat labs that are negative at first.
So I don't, thank you for the question. I don't want to overstate my credentials. I'm merely a healthcare manager with over 40 years in the industry, doing a range of different things. I'm not, the closest I've come to being a pathologist was carrying urine specimens from the ER to the lab. So I don't think that qualified me. I did learn how to wash my hands though. So I defer to this committee because this committee could be its own medical board with all the diversity on it to make those determinations. I'm bringing it to the committee saying, here's a small way that we could allow our brick and mortar industry to keep up with what's going on in the medical wearable diagnostic industry. And it's a medical freedom bill from my perspective. So I'm coming at it from sort of, who controls your body? As much as I respect the physician community for taking ownership and accountability and citing potential health economics issues with this bill, I think I start from the perspective of saying in our society, the individual has a tremendous respect from its government, and hopefully from its institutions to be allowed to live in a way in which they exercise choice. And so this is I don't know, it's kind of a pro-choice, my body, my choice kind of bill. I know that offends some people to borrow that phrase, but it is. So I didn't answer your question other than to speak a lot and say I don't know the answer to your question.
I see Representative Merchant's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Edwards, for taking my question. We've heard throughout this testimony about the issue about cost and also over testing and so forth. My understanding in the bill under lines 22, 23, and 24, that there's no cost to the insurance company. This is out of pocket to the patient. So in essence, because of the cost of lab tests being what they are today, is that sort of a self-regulating step in a sense that patients aren't going to overdo a lot of testing if they have to pay for it out of pocket? They have the privilege to do it, but the reality is because of the cost situation, most likely they're not going to over-order tests.
Thank you for the question. And yes, I'm a proponent of the pricing mechanism and how the pricing mechanism disciplines both supply and demand and makes people come to rational choices. So yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to be running a test. Representative Soloway's computer audio is not working. So he's got video on his screen and is picking up audio on his phone. The question is, can we hear him? So.
Can you hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you. Well done. Pass the test. I see no further hands for Representative Edwards, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if there's anyone else testifying after this, but I'll stick around. in
There
case
are. There's a few who signed up.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
You can sort of listen in if you want. Next is Mr. Elliot Axelman, who identifies himself as a member of the public, and he wishes to testify in support of this bill. Mr. Elliot Axelman.
He doesn't appear to be on the attendees list.
Okay, thank you. Next, Michelle Half, who's from the New Hampshire Naturopathic Association. And she says on here she is neutral on this bill, but would still like to give us 3 minutes.
I'm not seeing her as well, Mr. Chair.
And last on the list is Dr. Douglas Phelan.
Came in, sorry.
I'm sorry, do we have?
We have Dr. Half. Hold on, please.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Half.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Dr. Michelle Half. I am a New Hampshire licensed naturopathic doctor in Bedford, New Hampshire. And today I'm representing the New Hampshire Association of Naturopathic Doctors. We're a professional membership organization that represents 150 naturopathic doctors licensed in New Hampshire. This year marks 25 years that we've been licensed, and during that time we've seen significant growth in our profession and public interest in our services. So our association has concerns that this bill, as it's currently proposed, defines a licensed medical practitioner as a physician, an advanced practice nurse practitioner, or a physician assistant. Failure to list New Hampshire licensed naturopathic doctors as licensed medical practitioners in item 1 of this bill is actually in direct conflict with the naturopathic healthcare practice law, which is RSA 328E, which passed in 1995. This law specifically authorizes naturopathic doctors to order and interpret lab tests. And this aspect of our scope of practice is consistent with our professional medical training, where all licensees have attended a 4-year medical education program at an accredited university or accredited institution with specific and extensive training in this diagnostic tool. So we're requesting that item 1 be amended to include a naturopathic doctor licensed under RSA 328E as a licensed medical practitioner. And just to speak to our kind of stance on this bill, we would gladly support it if we are included in it. We do have mixed feelings about patients self-ordering tests, but this practice has been in place for quite a while, mainly by uninsured folks, as others have pointed out. We actually like item 3 of this bill, which says that if an unlicensed medical provider comes in contact with these lab results, they would need to refer to a licensed medical provider. I think of the countless people who are ordering their own labs and interpreting them, and I think that this would actually lead to better health outcomes for the people of New Hampshire. And some of the more obscure labs that people are ordering, such as general genetic testing and food sensitivity testing or salivary hormone panels that people are self-ordering, we actually have a lot of experience interpreting those. And so we think it would, provide better quality of care for the citizens of New Hampshire. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Gay.
Could you please spell naturopathic?
Sure. It's NATUROPATHIC. as in Tom, UROPATHIC.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we thank you, Dr. Half, for your testimony. And the final one I have on the list is Dr. Douglas Phelan from the New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and honorable representatives. My name is Doug Phelan. I'm a family medicine physician practicing as well in Bedford, New Hampshire. And I am present today on behalf of the New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians and myself speaking in opposition to HB 381. So many of you are already aware that in the United States, we spend far and away the most money per capita on healthcare, nearly $11,000 per citizen. And yet amongst comparable nations in the OECD, we have the lowest life expectancy, the 5th highest maternal mortality, the highest chronic disease burden, and I could go on. We've got work to do and we know it. But I think this shows we can spend money all we want, but it's not getting us to the goal. It's not getting us to health. So why bring this up in a bill regarding direct access testing or DAT? Because if we want to improve our health outcomes and spend less while doing so, what we don't necessarily want to do is have open access for any lab test in a catalog just because somebody has the money to pay for it. More testing does not equal more health. And I think we would say that if you think that unfettered DAT is beneficial, if you truly believe in your heart of hearts that it is, then you tend not to make, as in sections 5 and 6 do, with regards to insurance, so that only those with the money to get the tests have the access. So we would posit generally that the bill is not, in the sum of its parts, going to promote health. But if you disagree with that and feel that it does, we would also posit that it would then exacerbate health inequities for our patients. When it comes to resource utilization, how has the COVID-19 pandemic driven home the importance of resource utilization? How long did it take us to switch production mechanisms to make sure that we had enough lab supplies, enough vials, swabs, reagents to run tests? I can remember a time in the spring where, due to COVID testing requirements, we were asked not to run certain types of sexually transmitted disease tests because they used the same supplies that were needed for COVID testing. This is not a hypothetical. Healthcare is not immune to the laws of economics, and laboratory studies are one example of the struggle between finite resources and infinite wants and needs. And we set policies to make sure that the resources are allocated appropriately. So to do as part 2 of the bill indicates, mandating that a person may directly obtain any study from any licensed laboratory without a medical provider. We feel that would open up our state to the depletion of scarce resources. You know, we do not have to imagine a world where depletion of lab resources, both physical and human, might lead to lag times and availability issues. We've just been living through it. When it comes to provider responsibility, Part 4 seeks to exonerate medical providers from reviewing or acting upon by compulsion the DAT results and removing liability and disciplinary action. We feel this creates a precarious situation. Take, for example, a patient with recent chest pain. Having investigated what blood tests might be ordered for somebody with chest pain, they come across the troponin test and they order it. And to some extent it's elevated, but they're feeling okay at the moment, and they seek management with their primary care office. This bill seems to, as written, make me, upon hearing it, not necessarily liable to treat. And this, of course, is not a tenable option. Medical providers, once evaluating information on a patient, must consider it, first out of our oath in caring for our patients and trying to do the right thing, and second, medico-legally. So let's change the stakes from a heart attack to joint pain. So a patient does some research on their own about what tests might be ordered if one has chronic pain of multiple joints. And let's say, amongst other tests, they come down across an anti-nuclear antibody or an ANA test. The result is neither positive nor negative, like many of our currently available over-the-counter tests, such as a COVID-19 test or a pregnancy test. The ANA is a titer, a ratio, and in addition, it comes with various patterns. And a positive test, a present titer, doesn't necessarily mean autoimmune disease is present. So how do we reasonably expect patients to act upon those results, where the action upon the result is going to hopefully achieve the goal, which is health? This issue of provider responsibility begs the question, why give tools of medical diagnosis to patients who cannot administer the treatment to themselves, especially if providers are absolved from dealing with the results. You would let a patient either A, discover a problem, or B, discover questions based on results, and then legally isolate them from the provider of any stripe who might be available to attend to it, that they would not be mandated to attend to it. Of course, they're going to present to us. I think we know as family physicians, as primary care providers, as medical providers of any stripe, of course, they're going to come with questions, and we would not be able to ignore. And that's because we're trying to help patients in need. They are coming with a question if they get these results. The last point we would make there is regarding patient billing. So in parts 5 and 6, indicating that it does not compel insurance to cover lab testing not currently covered, and that the lab shall not submit reimbursement claims to a payer. Many payers currently cover certain laboratory studies for patients on an annual basis if submitted through claims properly. This would potentially create a system where patients may end up paying full cash price for labs that their insurance would otherwise cover if submitted from a medical provider, thus creating an opportunity for increased costs. I think there's good intention and heart here, as we've heard all throughout so far. I've been in attendance sort of since the beginning this morning. The goal and spirit of giving patients agency in their healthcare is a very, very good one. But I think we have to consider what this specific wording in this bill mandates and codifies. It doesn't give guidance as to which labs to which the law applies. It indicates any lab. And we've heard testimony about some labs being more appropriate for DAT than others. As I indicated before, more labs do not equal more health. And if it did, I promise you, we would try it out and we would have the best health outcomes, because it's kind of what we already do here in the US. Ultimately, we don't feel that HB 381 empowers or enables patients so much as in many instances might strand them, first leaving them adrift in a sea trying to interpret results without context or experience, but based off of personal research alone. And then even if the example was crystal clear, the diagnosis was crystal clear, leaves them without a provider to attend and treat. They would have to make that request, and by this bill would be allowed to refuse because they didn't order the test. And so we felt that all of this, if you're well off enough to afford the cash price to begin with. We don't feel that it balances the risk to patient safety and the notion of fiscal responsibility with the concept of the benefit of the agency which it seeks to provide. So we, as the New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians, urge opposition to HB 381 as written, and we would be happy to answer any questions at this time and in the future should it arise in your deliberations.
Does anybody on the committee have a question for Dr. Phelan? Seeing none and exhausting the lists of people who have signed up to testify, then I close the hearing on House Bill 381. We will have a half an hour recess, lunch break, and we'll pick up at 1 o'clock on House Bill 503, establishing the New Hampshire Commission on Homelessness. And so particularly for Representative Long, I'd like to know, have you got this notice? Because if not, we'll call you. That we're going to start your bill at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Chairman.
Just wanted to make sure you and anybody else you especially wanted to have testify would know we're going to start at 1.
Very good, thank you.
At 1 o'clock.
Is the sound on in the committee room?
I can hear you.
Okay, I guess they just haven't turned the sound on in the committee room yet. Thanks, Jim. Good to see you. But by the way, Jim, do you pronounce your name McKay or Mackay?
Mackay is the Scottish way. And say
Right, but what's your way?
Mackay. Yeah, just halfway between, I think.
Right.
Yeah, but there's a kinship there because of in the 1600s, the Campbells stole the land of the Mackays and whatever his clan is, but I don't know how far it goes.
I gather the Campbells had a great deal to answer for.
Yeah. Yeah, it was in the Highlands in Scotland. Are you home or are you in Concord?
I'm in Concord, where I came because I thought that my internet might be more stable, which is called being wrong, because I am told that friends in Walpole said that Walpole was just fine. And of course, I've lost power 3 times here, just long enough to cause all systems to reboot. So I thought I was doing myself a favor, which turns out to have been wrong.
Madam Chair, I have a direct feed from Eversource about electrical power in our area. And they had 9,700 households out early this morning.
Representative Weber and Soloway, can
Can't hear you.
You're on mute. Bill.
We don't currently have the room turned on, so someone will have to unmute.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you so much. We can hear you now.
I can hear you.
Very good. The time being 1 o'clock, I will call this committee back to order. And we will open the public hearing on House Bill 503. And I will call on Representative Long to introduce his bill. Is Representative Long with us?
Thank you, Chairman Pearson and honorable members of the committee. I'm Representative Pat Long, representing Hillsborough District 10 within the city of Manchester. Madam Clerk, I forwarded my written testimony to your legislative email. House Bill 503 is an attempt to get the pulse on homelessness in the state of New Hampshire. As I go through my testimony, I break down homelessness into 2 categories. Homelessness, in my opinion, is those living in this state with nowhere to call home. They share housing units with other families, live temporarily with family members, or they may couch serve or live in their vehicles. The other category is unsheltered or unhoused. These are people living on public property, normally in tents, and also private property. In 2006, legislators established a commission on homelessness. And speaking with several members of that commission in 2008, during the downturn of the economy, the commission stopped meeting. Today, I believe each municipality dealing with homelessness are in their own silos attempting to find solution. Often these solutions are in addressing immediate needs as in unhoused winter shelters. Several municipalities have leased spaces temporarily for people to have a warm spot when the cold weather becomes too dangerous in remaining outside. In March of 2020, when New Hampshire started dealing with COVID-19, unsheltered population in several cities increased substantially. People were afraid to take people into their homes, and the unsheltered were resistant to going into shelters. I can speak for the city of Manchester. In April of 2020, data showed that Manchester had roughly 200 unsheltered residents. In July of 2020, the data showed roughly 250. And in October of 2020, data showed 300 plus unsheltered people in encampments around the city of Manchester. Outreach personnel in Manchester identified 35 plus encampments, including a new encampment settled in Hillsborough Superior Court North in Manchester. Currently, there are several funding mechanisms that the state of New Hampshire receives, as in federal dollars passed through the state along with state appropriations. In a letter dated from Governor Sununu on November 18th to mayors of New Hampshire in response to their letter regarding challenges in homelessness, the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services and federal appropriations in 4 years equaled $40,321,926. I believe that passage of House Bill 503 will immediately allow this commission to ensure public dollars are being expended at its highest level in best practice solution recommendations. In December, the New Hampshire Coalition to End Homelessness released its annual report on the state of homelessness as reported in the New Hampshire Business Review titled State Study Sounds Alarm on Homeless Tidal Wave in its January 15th to 28th, 2021 edition. The good news is there are no studies that need to be done. We have all we need to begin immediately addressing best practice solution. This commission, through expertise, can affect best practice positive change immediately. The governor, to his credit, established through executive order a council on housing stability. The meetings that I have attended lean more towards affordable housing, an issue that absolutely needs this attention. I am of the opinion affordable housing would not address the unsheltered or the homeless for that matter. Again, speaking just within Manchester, outreach workers have identified over 80% of the unsheltered have underlying mental health service needs. And the percentages increase substantially when you include substance use disorder. These needs are imperative prior to addressing any services on independent living. In closing, we have implemented the tools in addressing mental health and substance use disorder with the 10-year mental health plan and the Doorway program. What we need now are experts to agree with the initiatives in stopping this tidal waves of unsheltered and homelessness in the state of New Hampshire. Mr. Chairman, I received from Representative Shapiro an amendment adding 2 entities. And I also received a communication from Mr. Padmore with the New Hampshire Medical Society wanting to add a representative from them also. So I hope you look favorably on House Bill 503, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Does anyone in the committee have a question?
Question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Soloway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Long, for proposing this bill. I think it's terribly important. Do you have any additional information, Representative Long, on homelessness in the rural areas of New Hampshire?
Well, there's the that article in the Hampshire Business Review does address that it's worse in those areas. And frankly, they're moving towards, if I'm thrown out of my house because of a drug addiction, in Chichester, I'm not about to move in the woods. I'm going to go where there's a group that I could live with, whether it's Manchester or Keene or Dover or wherever. So there is some information on that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I see Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Long. Certainly, I've been involved with the homelessness here in Concord and greatly appreciate what you're doing. In terms of efficacy, timeliness, et cetera, this seems to move forward, as you said, immediately, but sometimes things get bogged down. My question centers around, we have before us House Bill 157, which is healthcare planning, with a rather expansive list of that commission. Are you familiar with that? And if so, would that be a place that we could use as a subcommittee of that instead of having a multitude of further commissions?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I firmly believe that homelessness needs its own particular advocacy group on that. I certainly understand. I'm not familiar with the bill you mentioned, But, I think it's been long since New Hampshire addressed cohesively homelessness directly.
Oh,
Thank you.
Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Buttigieg, Representative Long, is the real concern that shelters don't address this, permanent housing? I mean, is the real problem that these people are mentally ill or suffers of substance abuse? So just providing housing is not, I mean, hard as that is, that doesn't address the real problem. There's a lot of issues to deal with.
Thank you for the question, Representative Gay. I wholeheartedly agree. In my testimony, I state that there are unsheltered people that if we had 20,000 affordable housing units everywhere in the state, couldn't afford an affordable housing unit. I know they're looking at 80% medium income, which in Manchester is roughly $1,500 a month. I know several, I know 80% of the people in the Manchester unsheltered encampments would not be able to afford those. So, we first need to address the underlying causes.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Long, for taking my question. And also for bringing this to our attention. It's a very important societal issue that we have to face, and particularly here with the pandemic. So I want to say thank you for bringing it forward. And given the fact that we have a lot of data already in place dealing with this issue, would it be better for us to have an ad hoc committee to create legislation in the fall to address the issue versus a commission that will take another year, which then would drag it out another year after that? It's more of a timing issue than a process issue. Is a question at that point in time. If we already have a lot of data, could we not speed this up by having an ad hoc committee and introduce legislation in the fall?
Thank you for the question, Representative Merchant. I don't believe we need added legislation. The money, the $40 million is out there currently. And I think these experts on this commission could, within their own entities, form a New Hampshire plan and have it implemented without legislative, permission.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Pat, for bringing in this very important legislation. Do you agree that people with severe mental illness, addictions, and other conditions like that make up a good part of the homeless population, and therefore the importance of coordination between the 10-year mental health plan, for example, and housing is a central issue in this condition?
Yeah, thank you, Representative McKay. I certainly believe that those with mental health in need of services cannot, on their own, be responsible to manage getting into somewhere. So I believe they need their hands held. They need services, mental health services, and substance use also. And they need their hands held into helping them live independently. So you're absolutely right to offer any benefits to any person that's unhoused with a mental health issue. I'm of the opinion that they can't grasp that on their own. They're dependent on us to hold their hand and walk them through that.
Thank you, Pat.
Any other questions? Representative Gay.
do you think it's possible to do a combination of what was suggested, start with an ad hoc project, start now, and then when a commission could be, go into what, start working, transition, so that the addressing could happen now? Or do you think the funding won't happen unless or do you think that an ad hoc committee could not get the funding to be starting to address the problem right now? And then the other concern I have and a question is, are there other patterns that we could follow? Because my understanding is that a lot of people who are in this category, mentally or emotionally ill, are scared to death. They won't even go into a shelter. They're so fearful. So are there some patterns we can follow that have been successful?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, as far as an ad hoc committee, once again, I mean, I have 19 members and there's a possibility of a 22 member, but these are all experts in specific care, whether it's mental health, substance use, unhoused shelters, training in job security, training and budgeting. These are all the experts that already have all the data with which to implement a cohesive state plan. So with respect to the first part of the question, I think this commission is a good commission to be able to deliver in that. They're already trying in their silos to get that done now. And there is money coming, and every year there's money coming to homelessness. I mean, it appears there's 10 million a year coming from DHHS and the federal appropriations. And with respect to shelters, you're absolutely right. The people that I've spoken to unhoused, that I'm not a psychiatrist, but I know there's something not right. Do not want to go into shelter. They don't even want to talk to me. However, our outreach people have been successful in getting a relationship with them, and thank God for our outreach personnel.
Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you. I'm sorry got into this late. Would somebody representing the police department be a good member of a commission or whatever you set up? Not somebody against the homeless, obviously, but somebody that's out on the street working with the homeless and dealing with the issues from their perspective.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I mean, the only experience I know within police departments is the enforcement of unhoused, sleeping on sidewalks, in private hallways, in their cars. I mean, I'm not sure with respect to a cohesive plan put forward for the state of New Hampshire. I'm not sure. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm not sure that they fit into this category.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Long? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for your bill, your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair would next like to call Patrick Ho from the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society, speaking in favor of the bill.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives of the committee, sorry. My name is Patrick Ho. I am the president of the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society. My testimony today is on behalf of both the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society as well as the New Hampshire Medical Society, where I also serve as an executive council member. I'll keep my testimony short today and also stick around for questions questions, but I think as we see the numbers of children and adults around the state waiting in emergency departments for admission to an inpatient psychiatric unit, this is a stark reminder that we lack the resources to care for not only the mental health needs of our citizens, but also the health-related social needs of our citizens. It is not infrequent that homeless people who feel that they have no other options but to come to their nearest emergency department, where oftentimes they will be evaluated by psychiatry, find themselves in the long queue awaiting a psychiatric inpatient bed. I think that a commission to study homelessness in our state would be potentially a very valuable intervention that could make recommendations on how we might provide more resources for those who are homeless, other than already sparse emergency department beds and psychiatric inpatient beds. The New Hampshire Psychiatric Society and the New Hampshire Medical Society do support this bill. And as Representative Long had mentioned before, we also believe that and would request that a psychiatrist be included on this commission due to the high co-occurrence of homelessness and mental health disorders. I thank you for your time and am available for any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hope, is there, I'll keep using the word pattern, but I mean an example of, you know, is this basically the issue that we just don't provide enough psychiatric care in hospitals for all the people who need it? Darn sure can't afford it.
Thank you for your question, Representative Gay. I think that what we see here is certainly a bidirectional phenomenon and a bidirectional issue. And what I mean by that is that certainly not everybody who is homeless has a mental health disorder. And certainly not everybody that has a mental health disorder is homeless. And I think what we see is that those who are homeless oftentimes as a result of many social needs that lead to homelessness do develop mental health disorders and or substance use disorders. And oftentimes because of the rigors of mental health disorders, then many people who have mental health disorders do become homeless as well. So I think that instead of focusing on hospital capacity, which is something we've done in the past and something that's proven to be really costly and ineffective, I think instead trying to prevent the occurrence of mental health disorders by providing resources for those who need it would be certainly money well spent and also an efficient use of such a commission.
Thank you.
Anyone else for Dr. Hope? Seeing no further questions, thank you, sir, for your testimony. And the last one on my list who signed up to testify, we heard from her this morning. We're bringing back Sophia Biondolillo from the New Hampshire High School Democrats. She's a high school student in Manchester.
Hi, can you hear me?
Welcome back.
Perfect. All right. Thank you everybody for taking my testimony again. For the record, again, my name is Sophia Biondolillo. I'm 14. I live in Manchester, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the New Hampshire High School Democrats in support of HB 503. I know that we're pretty behind schedule, so I will keep this short, but I'm sure that many of you are aware of what happened just before Thanksgiving last year in 2020. If you're not, though, there was a situation where maybe half a dozen or a dozen homeless people were temporarily housed outside of the Hillsborough County Courthouse in Manchester, and state police arrived in late November to practically try to evict them. According to witnesses who were there at the time and a few videos that were taken, the state police actually ripped the tents people had made there, they threw away personal belongings, and they caused a lot of turmoil there. And all of this was just a few days after the notice was posted that they were going to arrive. So there was very little time for these people to relocate before, again, their possessions were thrown away and their homes were destroyed. I think this commission would help us find out more about why people are being forced to stay outside and find a better solution so that we can prevent things like this from happening again. That would not only be a huge improvement for our houseless neighbors, but it would also allow us to improve our communities and help people feel more in touch with their neighborhoods and where they live. I can also say definitely that this is an issue that affects youth particularly, because not only are there a lot of children and adolescents that are forced into unfortunate living situations because their parents aren't able to support a family or whatever other reasons that are outside of their control, but also because there are a lot of runaway teens who have to escape their family situations, and that causes them to live outside of the home. So as a high schooler, I can definitely say that this bill would help us find a way to help a lot of people find stability and be able to get back into better situations. So overall, I think it's a really great bill that's very nonpartisan, and I ask the committee to recommend ought to pass on HB 503. Thank you for your time.
I don't see any questions, but thank you for your testimony. With that, I see no one else on my list or see nothing. So,
Chairman Pearson, there are two people who do have their hands up if you'd like to recognize them.
okay. I have information to the contrary, but let me call then on Molly Lynch.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Molly Lynch. I'm an attorney with the Department of Health and Human Services, and I am also a legislative liaison with the department. The department respectfully opposes HB 503. We recognize, I heard the testimony from the prior speakers, and we share their concerns. However, we feel that it is duplicative of the comprehensive work that is being done by the Council on Housing Stability, enacted in November 2020 by executive order. The department feels creating an additional commission is not necessary. It will strain DHHS staff resources and also have the potential to create dual plans for homelessness, which will not help solve the problem. The Council on Housing Stability includes a comprehensive vision and membership that focuses on housing stability for all New Hampshire citizens, including addressing the homelessness issue. The council has submitted an initial plan to Governor Sununu and is currently in the process of working on June 1st, 2021 deliverables, which include but are not limited to a plan on homelessness. The council has support, including the support of consultants, which includes the Corporation for Supportive Housing to assist in the work. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And if I don't know the answer, I'm happy to take it back to the department and specifically the Division on Economic and Housing Stability.
Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you repeat slowly enough that I can write it down? You say this would be the duplicative work of which department or new agency or new commission? I couldn't quite catch.
Sure. We feel it's repetitive of the Council on Housing Stability that was enacted by executive order in November of 2020 by Governor Sununu. And that council has a website, which I'm happy. I don't know if there's no chat function, but I'm happy to share with the committee as well. And they have deliverables that they're in the process of working on. That the deliverables will be due June 1st, 2021.
Follow up?
Yes. How many people are on it? Who do they represent?
Sure. I actually was looking at the website and I have it up there. It has many members. The New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, Housing Action New Hampshire, DHHS is a member, Department of Corrections, Bureau of Housing Supports, Division of Behavioral Health Services with the department, the Municipal Association, New Hampshire Catholic Charities, the Laconia Police Department, Department of Education, Department of Safety, Department of Transportation, Department of Business and Economic Affairs, Department of Employment Security. I can keep going. There's several members. City of Concord, City of Keene, City of Rochester, the New Hampshire Coalition to End Homelessness, a parent who has current and or recent lived experience with housing instability, and actually a young adult who also has experienced housing instability. There's a few other individuals as well. and organizations.
One more.
One more.
One more. Okay. Who is on it who actually works with homeless people?
Well, the Bureau of Housing Supports, I also, with the department, I believe mental health with the department. There was also the New Hampshire Coalition to End Homelessness is also on this council. And I know Catholic Charities, I mentioned Catholic Charities, they do a lot, I believe, with the homelessness as well.
The chair has a question. Did you do a side-by-side with, on one hand, page 2 of House Bill 503 that lists its duties from line 6 to 18? And on the other hand, looking at the duties of the Housing Stability Council, did you do a side-by-side to see how they match up?
I did not do a side-by-side.
Okay, Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you, Ms. Lynch, for taking my question. With all the work that's been done by the council, I want to say thank you for getting the work done. One of the things also in House Bill 503 on the second page is a question about recommendation of legislation. So given all the work that's been done, what recommendations for legislation has come forth from the council?
The council, I believe, has deliverables due in June of this year. And, I don't believe they have. I can definitely take that back to see if there's any legislative proposals being worked on. And I apologize, I have, I'm looking at the bill on my screen, so I don't have the lined version.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up, if I may.
Follow up.
Is there going to be an interim report coming out before the final one that we can look at to see how it lines up with the bill? Therefore, we could look at potential legislation or possibly even modifying the bill so we can sort of bring both of these together.
I do not know if there's going to be an interim, but I can definitely take that question back.
Thank you.
Representative Knurk.
Thank you very much. Given that the Council on Housing Stability, you said, was created by executive order in November 2020, I am curious whether it is dealing primarily with housing stability questions related to COVID or long-term, because this has certainly been a problem for many years, not just with regard to COVID. And so I'm looking at the charge, because the charge of this is a broad charge that is beyond the scope of COVID. So is the scope of that more to deal with the COVID-related stability issues?
The council definitely is looking at COVID. That is, that is definitely something that they are charged with looking at.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But I mean, are they also, though, looking at the big picture that existed pre-COVID and not focusing more on COVID? Because this bill is the big picture.
I believe it's looking at all issues in addition to COVID. I'm looking at their initial report and action plan that's dated December 14th, 2020. And there's an introduction. It looks at homelessness and housing insecurity in New Hampshire on page 1. And then I think on page 7 of 13, Roman 7, it looks at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I would say that it's looking at a variety of things, not just COVID.
For the information of the committee, I just received a text from House Committee Services saying that they will provide for us a side-by-side between the tasks this bill would establish and the tasks in the council we've just been speaking of. So we'll know that answer pretty soon. The chair recognizes Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Lynch, for taking my question. It seems to me that when you listed some of the representatives on the council, that perhaps, and I might be wrong, but perhaps that they represented, they tended to represent more state agencies and bureaucratic agencies dealing with housing instability, whereas this commission that's being proposed seems to be more represented by organizations that are out on the street working with homeless people. That might be an oversimplification. But for example, you talked about the Bureau of Behavioral Health, whereas this new proposed commission would have representatives of the mental health centers, who I know, at least in my area, have a somebody who works specifically with homelessness in the Monadnock area. So my question is, if these this council and this commission really are duplicative, which sounds like it might be the case, would there be the possibility of the council absorbing some of the organizations or representatives from some of the organizations from this proposed commission onto the council that's already functioning?
I think that's a great question. I can definitely take that back. I mean, I might respectfully disagree that, you know, the council, it does seem to focus very heavily on state agencies, but I would say that it does have, you know, community members, New Hampshire Catholic Charities, various police departments. So I wouldn't say that it's, you know, it is a little bit more state agency. There are a lot of state agencies represented. But I think that's a great point to further investigate about whether members could be added to the current council.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I do want to apologize if I was oversimplifying, but perhaps this, if there is any truth to what I thought, maybe this would enrich the efforts of the council that's already functioning.
Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Lynch, for taking my question. Given that you feel that this commission that's proposed would be duplicative of the one established by Executive Order number 22, and given that we all anticipate that the state of emergency will at some point in time be lifted, do you not think it might be prudent for this committee to amend this bill to continue the Council for Housing Stability in statute and perhaps add some members as has been suggested by Representative Shapiro?
You know, I would, of course, you know, for an official position with the department, I'd have to take it back, but to me, that makes great sense.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? I think I see Representative Snow. I see Representative Snow.
Our clerk has her hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm being heard now.
Yep, you are.
Is that right? Yes, thank you. I just had a couple of questions, perhaps could be partly answered by Representative Shapiro. But the question is 3 additional members that were added to the list that was on here. And although they mentioned that there were 3 more to make it 21, I don't know who those other 3 are. So if somebody could say that. And the second question I had, which I hope could be answered, is Representative Long still on? And if he is, what's his impression about how the mixture of these 2 efforts would work from his point of view?
Representative Long's invited to speak if he's still with us. There he is. Hey.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Snow, for the question. I still firmly believe that the commission established in 503 are on the grounds people that have the expertise in what needs to be done. And I think the best interest of the state to affect this addressing of homelessness would be through a commission and not housing stability.
Thank you. And are you aware of who the 3 new people that were added to it that aren't listed in the bill? Or is someone?
Can I answer that, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, don't tell me. Did we lose the chairman again?
Go ahead.
So Representative Snow, the added three are the New Hampshire Providers Association, New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, and the New Hampshire Medical Society.
Thank you. That's what I thought they were. But anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your input and all the work you've put in on this. Thank you, Representative Long.
Representative Folsom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lynch, I was wondering, does the, sorry, I have to go back to where I wrote that note down. Does the Council on Housing Stability answer at all to the legislature?
I believe some members are from I believe some of the members of the House and Senate are a part of the council. And just to clarify, there was an interim report that the council did, and the governor does have authority to add new members, and the council does not have an end date.
Just
follow up.
Okay. Representative Long, if I can ask him a question that has to do with this. It has been put forward possibly by Representative Marsh that we could move this council and this commission, kind of take our time and smush it all together and come up with the best of the best. And are you open to that with your bill?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And I am open with that if the Council on Housing Stability had an arm of strictly dedicated to homelessness. I could see where that may work.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Lynch. Just to clarify, am I correct? And I'm very sorry if this is duplicative, and if it is, just tell me so and I'll find out from somebody else, but I had to step away from a minute. Am I correct in thinking that this bill was created under an emergency order? And if so, the council created by emergency order will vanish when the state of the emergency is over and the order terminates. Is that correct? I understand that the governor could then issue an executive order having any other council he wants, but this specific one would not necessarily continue. Is that correct?
My understanding is that there's no end date, and I'm looking at the executive order that created the council, which is 2020-22, well, 2020-22. And I don't believe it was created pursuant to the emergency order. Pursuant to
Okay,
an
thank you
emergency
for
order.
the clarification. That's helpful.
Any other questions? And I believe there's one more person in the queue to testify.
Henry Ballou.
Henry Ballou, you are called to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the New Hampshire Community Action Association. Some of you may be familiar with the community action agencies. There are 5 of them located around the state. It was established, the agencies were established back in 1965. And those agencies work to get people out of poverty and to become productive members, of the community. So we would be happy to participate on the committee also. If you were to add the group, again, it's called the New Hampshire Community Action Association. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I see none. And I see, what's that?
On hand.
I see the clerk. Yes, I do. You may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say your last name right. So I'm just going to say, Dear Henry, with your organization, do you work with the northern half of the state as well as the southern half?
Yeah, so the five the community action agencies, there's the Tri-County CAP. That's the one up in the North Country. Basically, it's Coos County. There's a Stratford County CAP. There's Southern New Hampshire Services, which is basically Nashua and Manchester. There is Southwestern, which is over by the Keene area. And then there's Belknap, Merrimack County CAP. And they provide, homeless services, housing services, employment and training services to help people get employed. They do the fuel assistance program. They qualify basically people for a lot of the federal dollars that come to the state for assistance. So they work with this population, because sometimes the population goes up through the system and back through the system. They try to keep them going up through the system and, get them employment and being productive members of the community. So they do work sort of hands-on with a lot of these folks. And I think, would be a valuable resource on the task force.
Just one more question. Just
yes.
Quick, short. Would you please pronounce your last name for me again so I can write it out phonetically? That's
yes. It's
sorry.
It's a little French. It's pronounced Veilleux, and it's spelled Veilleux. Veilleux.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But it's Henry, not Henri.
Correct. Although some people do call me Ari. So.
Well, thank you, Monsieur, for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I don't see any more hands up, and what I'm proposing to do is to wait a week to exec this, because perhaps, and from what I've been gleaning from the testimony, perhaps there might be a conversation with the council or with the governor on the idea of somehow merging groups, or we can also wait because we want to see that side-by-side parallel of duties and memberships, and somebody might want that amendment to bring in another group or two to the bill. So I'm going to wait for a week, and if there's an amendment or several coming, please work on them right away so we can look at them on Friday. I'm still hoping to exec next Monday. And with that, I call on, whoa, look at that. Representative Shapiro.
You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will that side-by-side also include membership as well as the tasks of the different groups?
Well, I believe there's somebody from the fourth floor who's monitoring our meeting and running it, and we can ask them. We just asked them if that could be the case as well. So not just the duties, but also where are the people from?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, we are finished.
For simplicity, sir, excuse me, for simplicity, could that list of people also include the 4 new groups that were going to be added to that list under Representative Long's bill?
Now I'm going to open an executive session on we'll start with House Bill 572. And I believe we have an amendment that's going to be presented. Representative Merchant, you're listed first. And would you speak to your amendment and why it addresses some questions that came up when we had our hearing the other day?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's okay with you, I'd like to turn this over to Representative Cushman, I've been working with. And I want to say thank you for her work to introduce the amendment.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Merchant. It was a pleasure working with you on this. So we changed some language from the original bill where it said CDC recommended vaccines in the first paragraph of the bill to list the current adult scheduled recommended vaccines, specifically each one. In doing so, if any more are added to the CDC recommended schedule, they will have to have legislative approval first. We also clarified the language. There was some confusion over whether pharmacists could administer vaccines to individuals of 18 years or older, and we clarified that, or under, and we clarified that to say, yes, it's only to adults 18 years of age or older on line 10. We also added that the vaccines must be approved by the Food and Drug Administration. The amendment that's here that you may have says Federal and Drug Administration. That was a typo, but we have emailed you all a copy of the latest version of the amendment where that is fixed and says Food and Drug Administration. The paragraph 3 has just been changed to clarify that every vaccine that's administered, the pharmacist, pharmacy intern, or licensed advanced pharmacy technician must complete training specific to administration of the respective vaccines instead of just the specific ones that were listed there. It's all of them. And then you'll see Roman numeral D says provide notice to the primary care provider when one is designated by the patient of the administration of any vaccine, so that there is some continuity of care and the physicians are aware of what their patients have received as medical interventions outside of their office. And then we just clarified the language in Roman numeral B1(6) to say record the vaccination in the state vaccine registry with patient consent or when required by state and federal law. This allows some flexibility pending the outcome of HB 221 section. So at least if it passes, it will apply, and if it doesn't pass, it will still apply. And lastly, the last section that was added was Roman numeral BII-7 says submit reports of any adverse reactions following vaccination to the CDC vaccine adverse event reporting system within 3 days of being made aware of such adverse effects occurring. This is already required by federal law, but this just clarifies and puts it in statute for pharmacists, pharmacy licensed advanced pharmacy technicians, and pharmacy interns to be aware of it. That's all, and I think that we have a good agreement on this, and we can support this bill bipartisan.
The chair would like to know, is Legislative Services going to give us another typed out amendment with another amendment number?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the OLS has already done that. It's on the screen right now. And the amendment, which I believe Representative Cushman intended to move, was Amendment 0576H.
And that is the same as 467H with the exception of that word change in line 10, is it?
There's a single word on line 10 where the word federal has been replaced with the word food because there was a typographic error in the amendment.
Would you like to move the amendment?
I would like to move that amendment. Can you tell me the number again?
0576H.
And Representative Marsh will second that motion.
Okay, Cushman moves, Marsh seconds. Any further discussion? Representative Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, excuse me, Cushman, for taking my questions. I must have been on probably my end here, but it broke up just a little bit relative to sections 5 and section 6. And if you could just clarify, I see that the notice goes to the primary care provider. Buried in this is that if they don't have a primary care, do they get a card that they can take with them?
I think that Representative Merchant may be able to answer that better. I believe it's already required by law that you have to give a record of the immunization to someone who receives one, but he's.
I thought that was the case, but I didn't see it, so I thought it was maybe, I didn't want to make a false assumption.
Thank you, Representative Woods, and thank you, Representative Cushman. When a patient gets a vaccine, regardless of where they get the vaccine, they're required to be given to them by the CDC is a vaccine report about the vaccine itself, side effects and so forth, et cetera. So that's given to every single patient. And if I may, the language we have here currently in statute, we didn't change it.
Follow, Mr. Chair?
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you. In the next section, on section 6, could you clarify exactly how that would work? Recording the vaccination state vaccine registry broke up there and I wasn't. So if you could run that for me again, please.
Yes, Representative Cushman, you like me to address that or do you want to address it?
You can take it if you like.
All right, thank you. So basically we have another bill before the legislative body, and that's House Bill 221, which is an opt-in or opt-out. So the way Representative Cushman and I wrote this was that if it's an opt-out, then the pharmacist has to comply with the opt-out. If it's an opt-in, pharmacist has to comply with the opt-in. So instead of holding up this bill based upon that bill, we wrote in such a way that regardless of which way it goes, the pharmacist will be compliant in either direction.
Okay, I thank you. I just right at that crucial point, the explanation broke up, and so thank you.
Anyone else with doesn't have to be a question, could be a statement, anything else on the amendment? Representative Knurr.
Yes, thank you. Well, I appreciate the idea of having the list of vaccinations extracted from the CDC. I really wonder why do that rather than just default to the CDC, because we often do that. We often will have a reference to federal regulations because those can change. And the difficulty is if something is dropped or if something is added, we have a very cumbersome and slow process that may take as long as a year to a year and a half before it can be modified in statute. Whereas if it's changed in the CDC list, it's automatically there and that can go into effect immediately, which is why on the other vaccine bill, I just defaulted to the CDC list rather than list them all, because it will be a fluid thing. It doesn't change often, but it will be fluid. Any reservations about moving back to that? I see Representative Marsh has a hand up. Maybe he's got a good answer for that.
Well, let's ask him. Representative Marsh.
Yes, thank you for that question, Representative Knurr. I will just say that sometimes this is the way the sausage is made, and this is the way the parties came to agreement, and I love to keep them in agreement. So that's the answer to your question.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, I understand sausage can be made different ways, but I want to understand the rationale for not defaulting to it rather than doing an enumeration.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. Representative Knurk, I hear you. It was a compromise between myself and Representative Cushman. She felt uncomfortable allowing for it to be automatic. And in respect to her concerns, I agreed to, at that point in time, to list the current vaccines in order to move it forward and have her support.
Understood.
Wonderful. Anybody else with a yellow or other color hand up?
No hands up.
No hands up. Then we can call the roll on amendment 0576H, moved by Representative Cushman, seconded by Representative Marsh. Would the clerk please call the roll?
You're muted, Representative Folsom.
Yet. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon. Representative McMahon, I'll come back. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes, and Representative Snow just called me to say he had to step out to get his shot and will be back, so he is not present at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
Yes.
Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
And it appears that Representative McMahon is still not available. So I'll just put him as absent. So that is 19 yeses and 2 absent.
Now the bill, House Bill 572 as amended. You have a motion, Representative Merchant.
Yes, I do. I make a motion to pass with amendment on House Bill 572.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Marsh seconds. Any further discussion? Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill as amended. In my discussions with Representative Merchant, there were a couple of other issues that I just want to state for the record that I hope that we can work on in the future. With every vaccine that's given, except the COVID-19 vaccines, there is required to also be given to each patient the vaccine information sheet. And because they're not required, I propose that we add the manufacturer fact sheet for recipients and caregivers to be given with the COVID-19 vaccines. However, because they're currently not required of other medical providers, it was decided that it would not be, wouldn't be fair to have separate, double standard for physicians, and, it would be kind of confusing for patients. For some would get the fact sheet and some wouldn't. So I'd like to work on that next session, next House session to amend the law to make it so those are required. And also I wanted to go with licensed instead of approved by the Food and Drug Administration, just because the only vaccine on here that is not licensed is the COVID-19 vaccine. And if by some chance it starts to become common practice for emergency use authorization to be implemented, that I would rather we have licensed, and then if there's a true emergency where a vaccine needs to be dispensed quickly, likely there will be an emergency order to that effect. And then the only other thing that I would have liked to see but again, I support the bill as amended now, is I would have liked to see after Food and Drug Administration and as recommended by the CDC, adult vaccination schedule. The reason for that being that as a way to ensure that New Hampshire consumers are protected from kind of just gross sales practices, we keep in mind that not every vaccine is recommended for every adult. There are contraindications, and I think that pharmacists will make that decision anyway, but I just wanted to mention that those I wanted to have in there, but we'll work on those another time, and I support the bill as written today.
I see sausage construction in your future.
And
Yes, Representative, go ahead.
yes, I just want to, on the record, say that I did speak with Representative Cushman on this, and I'd be willing to work with her on the bill. My concern was that we have a uniform standard, regardless of the provider. So I'd be willing to sit down with her, roll up my sleeves, and figure out how we can make something that works across all providers and not just rule out a particular provider, which this bill would have done.
Thank you. Representative Weber, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I'm under a continuing obligation to disclose this, but I just wanted to state that my housemate has returned home and is in another part of the house, but may be wandering through. So I thought I would just put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Knurk.
Thank you. Actually, in the last conversation, it just made me have to circle back to that issue about the CDC list. And I did not catch this the first time through, because we list a set of vaccines that can be given and which have been approved. But when one looks at the CDC guidance, and I think this might have been commented on, but I didn't quite catch it clearly, it is not that these are given at any point in time. They are recommended by the CDC for specific age groups. In other words, like HPV is for a specific age group. Zoster is recommended for specific age groups. We do not have anything in this that restricts it to the age groups for which it is recommended, which would mean that a pharmacist could follow this and give these vaccinations to anybody, even if it is not recommended by the CDC for that specific age group. And I'm wondering if we could still have the laundry list in so that we respect what Representative Cushman wanted, but still add in a phrase that would say, as recommended by the CDC, so that we capture that age feature, the demographic feature that is important in their recommendation, because they're different for different ages.
If I can address that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Representative Knurk, I hear the concern, but I think as a professional, I do trust that they're going to follow the CDC guidelines without being instructed the statute to do that. I don't think anyone else has that same statutory requirement. Physicians don't have it, PAs don't have it, nurse practitioners don't have it, naturopaths don't have it. So again, back to my comment is, whatever we do for one provider, we should be ensure that all other providers play by the same rules.
I can appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Soloway.
Muted.
I'm mute.
Muted.
Just a point of information, Mr. Chairman, please. Our speakers are referring to CDC guidelines. I suspect they mean FDA guidelines.
Is that correct?
No.
No.
It should be,
Representative Knurk.
No, there are CDC guidelines that have been developed by their immunization schedules by their immunization committees. I've got it pulled up finally. Recommend adult immunization schedule for adults for ages 19 and older. And this comes from the CDC, not the FDA, because the FDA looks at the question of, is it safe and is it effective? The CDC is looking at the public health issues as to when is the right time and for whom is it the appropriate thing to do. So for example, even influenza, different recommendations for older than younger. But I think Representative Merchant has made a very good point, and that is that we don't put that same restriction on a medical provider. They're supposed to know it. I guess it's because we're moving into newer uncharted territory. And my question will be, do we think that the pharmacists will be referring to the CDC guidelines and make sure that they are following those CDC guidelines, as should the medical provider?
Kennard gets a good point, but also today, a pharmacist can give a shingles vaccine. There's nothing in there that says they have to follow in statute CDC, but we do expect that they understand the age requirements for a shingle vaccine. To somebody coming in who's 18 years old doesn't get a shingles vaccine. So I want to say thank you for bringing up the point, but I think the point has been addressed professionally by the pharmacists themselves.
Got it.
Representative Cushman?
Yes, thank you. I should be, sorry. I agree with the premise of your question, Representative Kennard. And I think it'll be something good to work on bipartisanly next year.
Anyone else? We are looking good, and the question is on House Bill 572 as amended. And the motion is amendment, how to read it.
The amendment number 0576H.
0576H, thank you. And Representative Merchant moved it, Representative Marsh seconded. The clerk may call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon. I believe he's still away. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow. I think he's still gone. Okay, Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
Yes.
Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
And Representative Merchant.
Absolutely.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Okay, 19 in the affirmative and 2 absent.
And Representative Merchant, would you write the committee report, and without objection, the bill goes to consent.
And Mr. Chairman, when does the committee report due?
Oh,
2 minutes.
sundown tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. But don't get used to that. When we're all back happy in the same room, you don't leave until it's done.
What time is it on Wednesdays that it has to be?
What time is sundown?
Wednesdays. Yeah, sometimes later than their deadline.
Oh, yeah, but it's not, we don't have a voting session. Do we?
They still send the calendar. That's the deadline for the calendar is sometime on Wednesday afternoon.
No,
Yes.
no, it's not. There's not a house
But-
session.
If I may, unless there is a House session next week, they will not print committee reports in the calendar.
Right.
Oh, okay.
What I said.
They still want the calendar, still have calendar deadline.
I'm now going to open the exec session on House Bill 220. And this is the incredible shrinking bill. Lots of good work has gone into this, and Representative Marsh, you have an amendment.
Yes, I would like to move amendment 0575H, and I would like to speak to my motion.
May. Just by point of record, the original bill was already amended by 334H. So this bill replaces everything except, well,
Mr. Chairman, I was waiting for a second to my motion before I started talking.
I think you're wise to do that. Who will second this?
Second.
Cushman. Okay, now,
Yes, to speak to my motion, Amendment 0575H is identical to the amendment that we already adopted with the addition of a single sentence at the very end. And the sentence was added this morning because the Department of Corrections brought a concern to us last night that they were concerned that their inmates who they were asking to participate in food service in the state prison, they were currently trying to have them vaccinated for hepatitis A to control the hepatitis A outbreak in the state prison. I believe that clearly meets the direct threat criteria that's here, but they were not convinced they would be qualified as employees. So they asked that we add an additional sentence to make it clear that they fell under the same criteria as was already in the amendment adopted by the commission.
thank you. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Let me say, because I have the paperwork on this, at the hearing on the original bill, there were 245 people signing in to support the bill, and it seems like half of them wanted to testify. There were 52 people opposing and one person neutral. So that's the box score for the hearing. Any other discussion on the amendment? Representative Woods.
Oh, sorry, relative to the numbers, sometimes they can be very confusing because some of the material that comes out, and you may have already adjusted for this, sometimes the opinions appear, at least in my inbox, before the amendments come through. And therefore, it's a very different flavor. And you may have already adjusted for that, perhaps?
No, this is why some committees, in my experience, don't tell how many people signed in one way or the other. I was asked to do that, and when I didn't lose the paperwork, I tried to remember to do that. But yeah, you can also get a block group of people just flooding the paperwork here, and you may not necessarily know where they're from. And so then that also skews the data. So I personally put almost no stock in, if 1,000 people signed in one way and 50 the other way, that could simply mean somebody's better organized, not necessarily that the 1,000 represents the groundswell. So thank you for that.
How are people voting on 220?
Representative Weber.
Thank you. I also just wanted to make a quick note about about the sign-ins. And the other thing is that it seems to me that we have received a significant amount of input subsequent to the bill sign-in sheet having closed. And my understanding would be that those also, am I correct in thinking that those are also not included in the final tallies?
That is correct. The tally is for people who signed in one way or the other about the original bill.
That's the question.
Unless committee services knows otherwise. Is that correct, Christina? She may be in another committee. We'll
I apologize. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, the question is, when I'm given the tally that I just announced, there were 245 in support and 52 in opposition. That was to the original bill, correct?
Correct.
We don't get updates after we had a long discussion and then somebody says, hey, I'm going to bring an amendment that does such and such. There's no tally on what people will write in to express their opinions on then, correct?
No, not typically. Some people will add it into, they'll add it in creatively, but otherwise there's no mechanism for that.
Okay, yes.
Is there
Representative
any
Day.
way, is there any way for the public to see an amendment? I thought there was not.
Yes,
You can see the amendments now?
yes, House Committee Services is making them available. They become available in the docket once they've been adopted. That's always been the case. But House Committee Services, I believe, is creating a process so that they can be made available more generally.
So it's a work in progress.
I know there was a bill proposed.
Any further discussion on the amendments 575H? I see Representative Shapiro.
Yes, I'm getting a little confused trying to put the amendment next to the original bill. And I wonder if someone who's more knowledgeable than I could speak to, as the bill would be amended, if we vote to adopt the amendment, what would actually be different than the way things stand now without any bill?
Representative Marsh.
Yes, we already adopted amendment 0344H, which replaced section 1 with a new section 1 and left when it becomes effective clause in effect. I could have just added to that section 1, but I did the whole thing again because it was easier both for OLS and for everybody on the call to see what we're talking about here. And basically, this replaces the section 1 in the original bill with a new section 1, which, as you can see, is rather long.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So my question is, practically speaking, what will be different if we pass this bill than is the case without passing this bill?
That's always a good question, and I believe that question is more in order after we adopt the amendment.
I guess I'm wondering, what is the purpose of this bill at this point? I think before, when there were more things in it, some of which I disagreed with, I kind of understood the purpose of it. Now I'm not really clear about what we're actually changing by passing this bill.
My understanding is that various citizens are concerned that they will be mandated to have certain, particularly vaccinations as a condition of employment. And that may very well be a violation of federal law as enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. But in fact, there's a rather high barrier to appeal one's case to that group. If we pass this bill in the form that it would be were we to pass this amendment, then that would clearly be in state law, and I think it would be much more accessible to citizens than it would be at present.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
And let me add to that, I do believe that the right of everyone's right to bodily integrity is actually implied in current law. Passing this bill makes it explicit in the law. So I think in that sense, it's an improvement, but I agree with you that that may be less of a change than some people think that.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
thank you. I think to answer Representative Shapiro's comment, what I found with the amendment was it provided clarity over the original bill. So the original bill was kind of broad, but using the amendment, it sort of provides the clarity that I was looking for anyways into what it really was meaning and was intended to do. So I support the amendment on the surface because of providing that clarity to it versus having something as a broad statement.
Anyone else have anything to add? Representative Shapiro, is your hand left over from last time, or do you have another thing to bring to us?
Left over.
Okay. Well, seeing no other hands. The vote is on amendment 0575H, moved by Representative Marsh, seconded by Representative Cushman. Would the clerk please call the roll?
You're muted, Representative Folsom.
Okay, we'll try this again. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon. Still absent. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton. Representative Acton, you're muted. Okay. I think I'll come back to Representative Acton. Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin.
You may not do that. No.
Um,
Can't have you doing that.
The chair asked
Okay, sorry.
Representative Soloway's dog to behave himself.
Representative King. Like, don't do that. Oh, no. Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow is still gone. Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
Yes.
Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
We'll come back to Representative Acton.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Pearson.
Yes.
That's 19 in the affirmative and 2 absent.
Chairman, I would consent.
Actually,
That's an
not an amendment, but it's a good try, and hold that thought. So now this becomes the bill. And we have before us House Bill 220 as amended by 0575. And
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Marsh moves the
Second.
bill. And who is that?
Merchant.
Is that?
Merchant.
Merchant. All righty. Any further discussion? Representative Shapiro.
I will just say that I'm really conflicted about this bill. On the one hand, I really appreciate all the compromise that's gone into it and all the thought that's gone into it. On the other hand, I feel like being in the legislature has made me a little bit more of a libertarian, and kind of makes me feel like we don't have to have a law about everything. And it seems like at this point, this is just a law that we're passing to make people feel okay about something that's already in practice. So I guess I have to decide whether to vote for it or not. I'm undecided.
You? Representative Weber?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all know, I was fiercely opposed to the bill as it was originally drafted, because I was very concerned about the intersection of every possible unwanted medical intervention and a total non-discrimination clause. But I have to say that I am very much in favor of the statement that people have control over what goes into their bodies and what medical procedures they wish to incur. So I think that having that statement explicit is perhaps a very good thing. And given the points, clarifications made in paragraph 2, I am now able to vote for the bill. And I think that the medical freedom statement is an important statement that applies to so many different areas of our medical lives that I will be voting in favor as the bill is amended, and I appreciate the work that went into it.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up. The bill is House Bill 220 as amended, 0575H. Moved by Representative Marsh and seconded by Representative Merchant. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon. Okay, Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Close the door.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow is still gone. Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
No.
Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Okay, 18 in the affirmative, 1 negative, and 2 absent.
Would Representative Soloway wish us not to put it on consent or
You
maybe?
can put it on consent.
Thank you. And you, Representative Marsh, will?
It's already done.
You already did it. All you need is a big printer right there. All right, that ends the exec on House Bill 220. Now I open the executive session on House Bill 492, requiring maintenance of the COVID dashboard. I was wondering if the sponsor of the bill was going to come back to us with amendments, an amendment which might take into account things that we discussed, but no amendments have been forthcoming, at least to me. Representative Marsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the department has done the best it can and is continuing to improve the COVID-19 dashboard. And I further feel that the issue about access to healthcare and differences in outcomes amongst various groups is being addressed by the SHOT Shift Commission. And so therefore, I do not feel that there's a need for an additional commission. And therefore, I would like to move ITL and House Bill 492.
And I will second.
Sorry, second.
Okay, who do I put down as second?
Me. I'll never get a turn. All right.
Now I don't remember who did the first.
Marsh.
Marsh. Thank you.
And also, Abby Rogers from DHHS said that she would talk with Representative Schultz about a few concerns because the Senate is working on something similar to this, and it might well be addressed there. And certainly things that were raised in the hearing, I'm sure the DHHS took to heart because they want to make things better. So, anybody else want to weigh in on 492? Representative Gay.
Thank you. What's the proper thing to say when we're discussing the bill? It's not, thank you for taking my question.
Yeah, thank you for taking my statement. Anything you want.
Okay, on page 1, lines 6 through 10, Vaccination information shall be maintained in a way that allows for cross-referencing of geographic location, age, race, and eligibility category. That just sounds like there's going to be a name attached, so that makes me uneasy. I know that's aside from it being duplicative.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. In that case, the bill is House Bill 492, requiring maintenance of the COVID-19 dashboard. The motion is ITL, made by Representative Marsh and seconded by me, Representative Pearson. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon is still absent. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow, is he back? No. Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
Yes.
Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
And Representative Pearson.
Yes.
And it is 19 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
Any objection to consent? To consent it goes. Let's close the hearing on House Bill 492. And I now open the exec session on House Bill 157 FN financial note. And there is an amendment in front of me, 0488. Prime author is Representative Marsh, with good help from Representatives Edwards and Knirk. Representative Marsh, would you wish to speak to the amendments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I wish to thank Senator Sherman, who provided the staff to basically create what was not a subcommittee, but it might as well have been one that enabled us to come up with this amendment, because we did not have the staff to do it. And I truly appreciate that, because I believe that we've reached some great consensus here with Amendment 0488H. As you all will recall, the initial bill was a repeal bill, and we determined that the reason behind that was that certain people felt disenfranchised by the charge and the membership on the Shawship Commission. And with the help of Senator Sherman and Representative Edwards, who was the prime sponsor, we basically met and reached agreement to change this charge and the membership of the commission in such a way that I believe everyone feels satisfied, including the Shawship Commission, which discussed this bill in its last meeting. So I would hope that the entire committee will join me in voting in favor of Amendment 0488.
Any questions for Representative Marsh? Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is more for you. If we're speaking to the amendment, should a motion be made for the amendment?
That's done.
I'm sorry, what?
I believe I moved Amendment 0488H. If I didn't, I apologize, and I'll make that motion right now.
Thank you.
And who might have seconded it? Representative Knirk, thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes,
Sorry, Representative Marsh, which amendment did you just move?
0488H, it's the one with your name on it.
But wait a minute, what about 0576, the one you just sent out to fix the hospital issue?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It's a good thing you're on this call, Jerry. Mr. Chairman, may
Well,
I?
I'm awake.
you can do anything within the bounds of
What is
legality.
it?
Thank you. I would like to retract my previous motion because I misspoke and move amendment 0576H, which,
It's around here
No.
somewhere.
We don't have copies of that. I don't think.
so 0576H was to a different bill.
No, that's a different bill.
That was
Bill.
572. I think I was correct.
We're on Bill 150.
157.
And the correct amendment number is 0488H. And if you look down at the amendment, I'll tell you the line number where we fixed the hospital's issue. It was under G. I think it's G. Take me a minute to find it because I'm not as quick as I used to be.
I'm sorry, I had it clipped to the wrong bill. My error.
Mr. Chairman, could I inquire?
Yes, yes, please.
When was that amendment sent out?
About a week or 2 weeks ago.
The date on it's February 23rd.
I've lost all control over my amendments, so I thank you. That will help me find it.
The date is February 23rd on it.
Okay.
Yeah, with hundreds of emails a day.
The hospital line that we fixed is
Right.
on page 3, lines 16 through 18. And that's what Representative Knurk is referring to. And amendment 0488H, which was the amendment that I moved initially, is correct. So let me reiterate, I am moving adoption of amendment 0488H.
And I'm going to ask Representative Knurk if he would like to second that.
Yes, I would, and I'd like to apologize for having clipped the wrong amendment to the wrong bill. I lost all control as well. My apology.
Well, Representative, we take turns in doing that. Representative Weber had one last week and I've had several and somebody else's turn's coming up soon, so not to worry.
I just remembered we had a new amendment, wanted to make sure we had the proper one, and he did have the proper one. My apologies.
We could weigh the pounds of paper that we have.
Any further discussion on the amendment, that being 0488H?
I have a question.
Yes, Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Marsh, does this bill have anything on it? We had discussed that there would be an amendment to incorporate in some of the things that were on, I can't remember the number, it was Max Abramson's bill, and we ITL'd it. Something related to controlling healthcare costs and incorporating exploration of free market principles in improving healthcare.
The answer to your question is yes. And if you give me a second, because I can only read so fast, I will answer your question.
Thank you.
With line numbers.
Page 1, lines 12 to 14. And sorry, and 16 to 19.
Cost of healthcare and insurance coverage.
Cost of healthcare insurance coverage is on, as Representative Knurk said, on line 17, but that's not the major reference. The major reference is on page 2, line 3, where we want to reduce the cost both to individuals and overall to the healthcare system.
Yes.
That's important because with cost shifting, cost to individuals may not be reduced when we are in fact reducing the cost to the healthcare system. And the last has to do with membership on the commission, where the Josiah Hartley member, we anticipate will advocate for free market healthcare solutions. So I believe that we have addressed those concerns so that those people have a voice at the table.
Thank you.
Anyone else with a question? And see, your faces, because if we're looking at the good amendment. which is a good thing to
Speaker,
do.
Representative Snow has his hand up.
Representative Snow, thank you.
I just wanted to report that I had to go down to get my shot and I'm back.
Yay. We're glad you're back.
We were on 157, right?
We are.
Yes.
The amendment.
Does the amendment cover everything?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Covers the hospital
if
system.
I could ask again Representative Marsh or Canuck to go over the changes between this amendment and the one before, which I think was amendment 0270.
Yes, I'll be glad to do that, Representative Murchison. The only change between those two amendments is that in the prior amendment, there were two representatives from hospitals under Q and an additional representative of the hospital added later on in the amendment. In this amendment, as you can see on page 3, lines 16 through 18, we've amalgamated the 3 representatives of hospitals. The new one that's being added to the commission is a one from an academic medical center, which was not present before.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Medical clinic?
See anybody in your sidebar?
I can't see the sidebar because of the screen sharing. It's
Okay,
making it
I
hard
can't,
for me.
I can't see the sidebar because it's 20 feet away.
Representative
Anybody else?
Snow's hand's still up, but I think he's done.
There we go. I don't see a little yellow hand.
No more hands.
No more hands.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative.
for clarity, so basically, if I understand this correctly, Representative Marsh, we just took the word large healthcare system and inserted academic medical center.
That was a recommendation from the Shawship Commission when the amendment, the prior amendment was discussed at the commission. They thought that that was clearer, and I agree with you.
I agree. Thank you.
Just a question.
Representative Gay.
What is an academic medical center? Is that like a med school?
It's a teaching hospital.
Okay, like Dartmouth.
Yes.
But it does not have to have a medical school attached, correct? It could have interns and residents.
That's correct.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Melvin.
Mr. Chairman, could I be excused? I don't have any of these bills. I don't have any amendments. So I don't feel confident to vote.
Well,
There's
let's
rules for
give
that.
him a copy of the.
And I haven't even studied.
The rule is you follow the leader.
This is the amendment that is in question. According to the
Students who are out of residence.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to recognize Representative Soloway?
I'd love you to recognize Representative Soloway.
Representative Soloway, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Chair, or I have been admonished to refer to you as Mr. Chairman, as you are now in that role. Just for the information of the committee, once upon a time when one said academic medical center in the state of New Hampshire, one meant quite explicitly Dartmouth Hitchcock and only Dartmouth Hitchcock. That has now changed, and there are at least 2 academic medical centers in the state. Portsmouth Regional Hospital is now a teaching hospital for Tufts Medical School.
Thank you, Representative. I was aware of that fact, but perhaps others were not. Representative Snow, is your hand still up, or did you mean to lower?
No, I'll take it down.
Are there any other questions about the amendment? Mr. Chairman, would you like me to ask the clerk to call the roll if there are no further questions?
I would like to give Representative Melvin about another 30 seconds.
Would someone please ask another question so that we can give Representative Melvin the time?
I could always circle back to him.
If you're looking for filler, I've got something.
Go for it.
So if we should adopt this amendment, and what is the major thrust of this bill that we're passing? What will we be doing with the amendment?
Well, as you recall, the original bill would have repealed this commission. And that's because certain members, and I believe those are the members that Representative Bushman asked us about earlier, did not feel that they had a seat at the table in developing the state health assessment, state health improvement plan. What this amendment does is it recognizes the fact that we need to incorporate the input of all concerned citizens and interested parties in developing this plan. And it was the consensus of the group and of the commission that this addressed the concerns, and therefore we do not need to repeal the commission, but we will instead modify the commission slightly so that everybody feels they have a seat at the table.
Thank you.
Anyone else? And we are voting on amendment 0488 to House Bill 157, moved by Representative Marsh, seconded by Representative Knurk. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon. Is he back?
No more than half an hour.
I don't see him. Okay. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow.
Yes.
Representative Knurk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
Yes.
Representative Cannon. You're on mute. Representative Cannon. Thanks.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
And Representative Pearson.
Yes.
I
20
think
in the,
you skipped Representative Shapiro.
did I?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes and
I'm
yes.
sorry. I am sorry. How did I? Okay, sorry. 20 yeses and 1 absent.
For the motion, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize Representative Marsh for further motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move House Bill 157 ought to pass as amended with amendment number 0488H.
Second.
And that was Merchant.
I believe we discussed it at sufficient length that I have nothing further to say.
I concur with Representative Marsh.
That he has nothing further to say?
Or I.
Since I'm back in my seat and I don't have to kill any time, one last shot for anybody before we vote. We are now voting on House Bill 157 FN as amended by 0488H, moved by Representative Marsh, seconded by Representative Merchant, and with the clerks paying special attention to our dear friend, Representative Shapiro, call the roll.
Thank you. I sure will. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon absent. Representative Nelson.
Yeah, yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow,
Yes.
Representative Knirk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway,
Yes.
Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
Representative Pearson,
Yes.
20 in the affirmative and 1 absent.
Any objection to consent? And I'm going to expect that the web is already written.
It is.
Of course it is. And that ends the exec session on 1:57. Just make a few notes here. Sorry? Well, I have to look. All right, now opening the exec session on House Bill 131 relative to reporting of healthcare associated infections. And that is Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. This was a fairly straightforward bill. There were a couple of questions from some representatives, which I tried to discuss with, and I'm not sure I've answered their questions, but I left it open to see if they wanted any amendments. None were forthcoming. So the bill stands as it was presented.
I'd like to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we pass House Bill 131 as ought to pass.
Representative March 2nd.
Moves and seconds. Okay. Now, any further discussion on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Representative Marsh.
I believe that there was some discussion earlier about the word measures in this bill. I believe that we made clear that that is something that is from the Centers for Medicaid Services on a federal level and is pretty much going to be a part of this process, whether we pass this bill or not. And that question moved. I wanted to remind everyone that we had discussed that issue.
I couldn't catch all of that, but yes, the measures were inserted at the request of DHHS. That makes it consistent with reporting activities that they do. The different agencies that are listed in Section 3 are not mandatory guideline, are not mandatory rules that they have to follow, but guidelines and standards that they can check to see how they're doing when they look at facilities. The term measures was added because that is a term that's often used in reviewing sites that these federal agencies use. The only other question that came up was relative to line 6 about coverage of influenza vaccines. Again, emphasizing that I think the concern was these might be mandated. These are not mandated. These are survey measures only, so that we can, as a state, keep ourselves posted as to what the status of New Hampshire is relative to the various vaccines, from childhood vaccines to adult vaccines, so that we can then identify, not mandate, but identify the status of the state in terms of its current vaccination levels. This is important for a variety of reasons. I'll just use one example. If we don't have that data and we don't know what kind of vaccinations are occurring in schools, as you know, there was a measles outbreak, but that could occur without even knowing about it. Mumps is one as well, and I've personal experience with that. that if we don't know what the vaccination levels are, and mumps does occur, it can occur and then bring it home and unbeknownst. So we need to keep monitoring it. The difficulty is it's not just the kids. If you bring it home and adults get it, and adults, as some people probably know, adults that get mumps, can be very devastating. And women, and my mother, I brought it home and my mother got the mumps. She almost had to have a tracheostomy so she could breathe. Men, if they get it in adulthood, are frequently sterile. As a consequence, it's very important for us to know, not just for the kids, but for adults. So the consequences of just, it's a level of awareness that we can give our constituents in the states of New Hampshire, knowing that how we stand relative to any particular disease. I'll stop there.
Yes, Representative Gay.
Thank you for granting and thank you for answering my question. I understand about the measles and the mumps, but I'm not seeing what lines are pertaining to those. I'm just seeing on line 6, the mention of influenza, and lines 24.
Yes, that's, I was just using that as an example. There's other, this is for reporting purposes. Excuse me, excuse me. It says hospitals shall also initially identify, track, and report. That doesn't mean other things aren't surveyed, just like in lines 4 and 5. Those are PIC lines are internal lines that had to be reported. Now the compliance level is about 95 to 98% level. So no longer do the facilities that use those kinds of internal lines have to provide a report. When the site is reviewed, they're still reviewed, but they don't have to report because they're working at a high level of compliance. And the same way with other vaccines as well. So that's the difference.
Representative Weber.
And just going back to circling around to the very beginning on this, am I not correct that the big thrust of this bill was to relieve hospitals of having to report information that we all agree is not necessary anymore because the things that they're reporting are such standard procedure that we just, it's counterproductive for them to have to assemble the information and send it in regularly. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I mean. They were at such a compliance that they no longer have to, they still have to perform that and they're reviewed on that. But this relieves them from the requirement of having to report it.
Anyone else? No. Representative Snow.
Yes, probably I'm the only one that doesn't understand this, but I see no mention in this bill of COVID-19 vaccination. Is that just assumed that that would also be tracked?
I can't, excuse me, I can't say that, but that's generally tracked under a different guise. And Representative Marsh?
Yes, I'd like to answer the question. This bill is aimed at the National Quality Improvement Initiative of hospitals, and COVID-19 reporting is not currently in that program.
Yeah, that's under a different
It
program.
is being collected in other ways, and
Right.
furthermore, does not really happen as inpatients in hospitals.
Thank you.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just going to make comments that I had made the last time we talked about this bill. That I believe that this term measures is to allow tracking and reporting, including other vaccinations in healthcare personnel, patients, and residents in healthcare facilities. This measures language is new and it's intended to include vaccinations as an infection control measure. And I don't agree with
doing this, it opens the door to pressure coming from from the top of the hierarchy in these facilities all the way down, because now we're tracking, now we're going to make it happen. And your argument that we do away with reporting PIC lines kind of bolsters that thought for me that, you know, this is to increase whatever they're measuring until they have compliance and no longer have to measure it anymore. I don't see a demonstrated need for such broad language, and I haven't heard of any healthcare associated communicable disease outbreaks that warrant this tracking, and I wanted an amendment to make it clear that these reporting and tracking of measures does not include anything but any vaccinations, but those explicitly outlined in this statute. But we didn't come to that agreement, and that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. That's one interpretation for the use of measures, but DHHS is, I think, listening in, and they might be able to provide for information purposes a very explicit, detailed concept of exactly what the term measures means and its implementation. And that may clarify that concern if necessary.
And I apologize to Katrina because our schedule went way wacky off of what I had promised her, so I hope she's not given up on us. But if there is somebody from DHHS, we occasionally in an exec session call in an expert witness for clarification. Is there someone from DHHS, Abby Rogers or Katrina or John Williams or somebody who could address that question?
Katrina was going to be listening in, but I
Her
identified.
hand is up now.
She's not.
She is not.
Katrina Hansen's hand is up on the list.
Katrina Hansen.
Okay, call her in.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katrina Hansen. Can you please hear me, or can you hear me, members of the committee?
And again, apologies for the time going all wacky.
I appreciate it. Thank you. No, it's okay. I was able to coordinate and work with Abby Rogers to sign off and back on. So also thank her. Well. So yes, thank you for your question, Representative Cushman and others. This term measures is to allow us to provide kind of near real-time changes if we needed to, but we'd have to go through our whole administrative rules process. So I do want to clarify, if there is a change to any process or outcome measures for HAI reporting or healthcare-associated infections, we'd still have to go through an administrative rules process. In regards to the question about vaccine and healthcare personnel flu and influenza vaccination tracking, currently, and what we continue to do and what we plan to continue to do is to continue to track it by healthcare setting, including hospitals, long-term care facilities, and other facilities for healthcare workers and residents or patients. We use this information and it can be very valuable because we do see a range of experience. We do see outbreaks of influenza during typical influenza seasons, primarily at facilities that may have lower vaccination rates among healthcare workers. So at times that can be very helpful for us to understand and be able to provide recommendations and guidance to those healthcare facilities. What we have seen is hospital settings tend to have, they've had high vaccination rates since we've been tracking the data more recently, but in the very beginning it was actually lower and has changed over time. We continue to see lower vaccination within healthcare personnel in populations in other settings, such as in long-term care, assisted living, nursing homes. So I do want to mention that. For other process measures, right now, we don't plan to add any process measures, but we may have a need if there is a change or new antibiotic resistant organism, for example. So right now we are tracking certain measures, and you can see that here, but it's very possible we may see a new antibiotic resistant organism, or as often called a superbug, and we need to adapt, modify our administrative rules to be able to track those within the surveillance system that is available for healthcare associated infections. So that's why the term measures is there. And I hope I addressed the questions around healthcare personnel vaccination. But I'm willing to answer any other questions or provide more detail.
Any other questions? So no hands, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Anyone else wish to speak on 131? Seeing no one. House Bill 131, relative to reporting of healthcare associated infections. Moved by Representative Woods, seconded by Representative Marsh. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Representative Marsh.
Vote yes.
Representative McMahon. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton. Did we lose him? Oh, there. He's there.
No, yeah, in and out.
I'm sorry. Did
I'm here.
we're voting on 131. A thumbs up. Okay, I'll take that. Okay. Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
No.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative, oops. We switched them on the sheet. Melvin.
Yeah.
Representative King.
No.
Representative Kofalt.
No.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow.
Yes.
Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
Yes.
Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Seventeen in the affirmative, 3 negative, and 1 absent.
And Representative Woods, would you write the committee report, please, for the majority?
Of
And
course.
amongst the 3 who voted no, would like to do the minority report.
I will.
Representative Cushman does the minority blurb. This closes the exec session on House Bill 131, and this opens the exec session on House Bill 605. And first, we have before us an amendment by Representative Knirk, number 0518H. And Representative Knirk, would you speak to your amendment? Or do you actually make a motion on the amendment?
Yes, I would like to move Amendment 0518H.
Is there a
May I-
second? No, not yet. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
Who's that? Who's that?
Could you repeat that number again, please?
0518H.
And who was the second?
Merchant.
Merchant. Okay, thank you.
And Representative Knirk, you may speak to your amendment.
Yes, thank you. As you recall, this was a bit of a House omnibus bill, wrapping up a whole bunch of bills that went through last year through the House, but never got through the COVID pandemic. But it had a lot of redundancy with other issues that we had either already passed or were moving ahead on in other ways. So, for example, insomnia, we already passed out as HB 89. The information about pregnancy, we passed a much more robust bill with 163, repealing the Therapeutic Cannabis Advisory Council. We already passed that out. So what we ended up doing was basically getting rid of a lot. Oh, sorry. And the first two sections, as enumerated on the analysis, are already in SB 162. They're requested by DHHS, and so that's already running through the Senate. So to tidy this up and make it a lot less cumbersome, we basically cut it down to being just the issue about a redefinition of, in the very first section, if you look in lines 5 through 8, just simply adding that issue about the designated caregivers and visiting qualifying patients. Then we have the issue about cannabis for therapeutic purposes. That is sections 9 through 17. And that is with the rather rigid stipulations from the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. And the remaining portion of it just tidies up some issues about out-of-state residents being able to access therapeutic cannabis at one of our ATCs. Now, just to go back, though, to make this just a little bit clearer, I do still want to report that the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board did not vote overwhelmingly for adding opioid use disorder. Many of the other things you heard me speak about, we did vote like 9-0 or 8-1 or whatever. We were split on this. And we did not go back to revisit it. We had a few absences that day, and the vote ended up being 4-6, i.e. it failed when we talked about whether we should add OUD. And that is because of some of the unique considerations. But likewise, because we did recognize that this is in 2019 retained bill, that the House may not follow that recommendation because we were rather split. We did work very hard to come up with a number of restrictions so that if it did pass, it could be acceptable. And indeed, even after we, even after this was passed through as 366 last, well, it was a 2019 bill that got acted on in 20. We even went back and just made sure to tidy up the language to add that issue about for the individual patient, for the person doing medication-assisted treatment. So it's not like the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Advisory Board thought this was a ghastly idea and should never be done, but they did not give it any kind of overwhelming support by any means. I think it was the type of thing with this that if we're going to do it, put all these restrictions in so that it is a high bar for a person to get to, so we're sure that people aren't giving people with OUD a bunch of THC, which would be counterproductive, but instead would know that they want to be going with primarily CBD, which does have good evidence that it can be helpful. So that was the part that is actually controversial about this bill. But again, we did pass it through the House last year because we felt it would be a reasonable addition with the safeguards. Thank you.
Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I unfortunately cannot support this amendment for two reasons. First of all, as Representative Kinner testified to us, the scientific evidence on the use of cannabis for opioid use disorder is at best equivocal, and at least 6 members of the advisory panel did not recommend adding that indication at this time. The second reason is that the language about people from other states and countries being able to access our alternative care centers, I think is somewhat problematic. I could see language that would allow other states. I could even see language that would allow people from Canada accessing our alternative state treatment centers. But the current language would allow anyone from any country, anywhere in the world, some of whose laws are at best obscure. And I think that that's too broad and I cannot support it. So I will be voting against this amendment.
May I respond?
You may respond.
Okay. Well, it's not anybody from anywhere can access. It's only a person who does have a valid registration card or its equivalent. And part of this is to take care of the situation where we may have out-of-state students who are in our state, or other people who are well, probably not military, but other people who may be stationed here for a job and are a therapeutic cannabis patient, let's say in Maine. They would have the choice of either purchasing in Maine and then transporting across a state line, which is illegal, or to be able to purchase here, which we thought would be a preferable way to handle that, as long as they have a valid registration card. I really don't think we have many other countries that are doing this, because that's not the situation. I can appreciate your concern about that. And Mike Holt may be on this. I didn't check to see, and he may have a reason why the department requested that that piece would be in there. I do not see him on the attendee list, though.
Thank you, Representative Knapp. I didn't say that I was opposed to the idea. I said I was opposed to the specific language in your amendment, which I think is not ready for prime time.
Got it.
Anyone else? Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that looking at the amendment, I understand Representative Marsh's concerns, but I have to say that I think under the very limited circumstances under which opioid use disorder can be addressed, and I'm okay going with that. And then the other thing is, with respect to, say, a foreign national who comes, you know, there was a time when we had a really vibrant tourist industry in this state, and I hope to have one again. Actually, I think it's going to be pretty vibrant this year, but it'll just be from local places rather than farther afield. But I think in the nature of compassionate use, for something that has turned out to be very helpful for a great number of citizens and has allowed them to enhance the quality of their lives rather than diminish the quality of their lives, I'm going to vote in favor of the amendment and then in favor of the bill. I think the amendment enhances the bill because we don't want to have all those other pieces of the bill running around. And I think that as drafted, I can support this and appreciate the effort that went into it. Thank you.
Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I'm looking at this section 5 with the valid registry identification card or its equivalent, I think with the way that this is written, with people coming from could come from a large variety of places, we're now asking the ATC personnel to be able to judge whether or not the card is real. Are they going to have a book with what the cards look like from each state or from each country or province or territory, so that they know how that it's actually really an ID card and not just some card made up to look like a professional ID card? So I struggle with that, because all of a sudden we're putting that decision-making on the guy behind the counter.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Gay.
I also feel uncomfortable about 2 and 3 in the amendment for the reasons that our clerk just stated. And I'm also thinking that if you're using cannabis for treatment, you know exactly which kinds you've tried that work. If you're coming on a vacation, I don't mean you, but people, if going on vacation or traveling, whatever medication I take it with me. I don't count on finding it. And so I'm not real concerned about somebody visiting here and producing a card and shopping for their cannabis for medical reasons. And I also like to not feel real comfortable until treating an opioid. I assume that means you take too much. I'd like to see a lot more research on giving them another, well, marijuana, to be specific, as a cure. It sounds like swapping what you're dependent upon.
Representative Knerk, you may answer that if you wish.
Yes, I mean, the problem with bringing your own medications is that this is a drug, therapeutic cannabis is illegal to cross state lines or to enter into the United States with. So it's not something that, like your prescription for lisinopril, which you can just take with you when you travel. So that's why we always have to do all these contortions to deal with the fact that it's federally illegal, but it is allowable in the state in a therapeutic fashion. With regard to the other piece, the goal here is not just to say, oh, go use cannabis for treating your OUD. And that's why this very high bar of it needing to be a person who's already qualified to do medication-assisted treatment. That'd be like Suboxone, but for that particular patient, or a addiction medicine or addiction psychiatry physician. So these are individuals who will know what they're doing and would be trying to use a mix of medications. They may use Suboxone, but they also may add some CBD-rich cannabis to decrease the cravings and the withdrawal symptoms, because that's where we do have some evidence that it can be helpful. And that's why we said in these, why the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, even though we sort of overall never voted to go for it, did continue to work on it even afterward, to continue to put enough restrictions in that we felt it would be workable. And it probably would have been better if we had just revoted it sometime, but we never actually did a revote on it. We just kept tweaking it because it was a sort of a fait accompli after it got passed last year. And we added this further language so when it went to the Senate, it could be amended to be even better. So I agree that there are concerns. That's why I brought it up for discussion, because it was not a slam dunk like insomnia was, or ASD. But it was something which, there are pretty high bars that we've put in here to try to make it only from people who know what they're doing, not just your primary care doc that certifies you to go use cannabis to treat your OUD.
Anyone else? I see Representative Merchant has a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question, Representative Knerk. I want to follow up on the issue about crossing state lines. We want people to come to New Hampshire from outside the state so they can spend their money and be here. And I think one of the things that we have as a barrier sometimes is that we don't allow for people who are on cannabis medically to obtain it here. So it puts them in a quandary between, do I go to New Hampshire and take the chance of getting arrested when I cross state lines or take a plane, or do I land in Manchester and be able to go to a dispensary and buy the product? We have a lot of reciprocal agreements between our states, including driver's license, marriage license, and so forth. This is, in my opinion, just another extension of that reciprocity that we enjoy amongst our states, that we honor the other states' requirements for getting a license, or in this case, getting a permit card to buy the cannabis. So I support the amendment. I also support the bill. I want to say, first and foremost, though, to Representative Knerk, thank you for taking an 8 or 9 page document and getting it down to 3 pages. That in itself was an accomplishment.
Well, Mike Holt helped me a lot. We worked together. And by the way, I should say I have texted Mike Holt and asked him if he could join in to answer some of those questions. He's not yet responded. I wish I could get him in, because he would be able to give some of the reasons, because that was a department request to have that in. I mean, it was, yeah.
I do see that Abigail Rogers has raised her hand. If you
Oh,
think
good.
she would be helpful.
Hi, members of the committee. This is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the department. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I also reached out to Mike Holt to hopefully that he could join, because he has the best information on some of your questions related to therapeutic cannabis and this proposed legislation. But in lieu of him being there, I can try to answer some questions for you or also take questions back for Mike, whatever would be most helpful to you today.
Representative Weber.
Thank you. So am I right in thinking that the language that we were talking about residency was in fact a request of the department?
That I'm not sure on that particular provision. I know that Representative Knurk and Mike had been working closely together on the language. So Representative Knurk, is that your recollection?
That was my recollection, but I cannot be 100% certain. I know sections 1 and 2 of the original bill were requested by DHHS. I may be incorrect about the out-of-state being requested. My apologies for not having that with certainty. I've also just called Mike Holt, left a message.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm not able to give you a clear answer on whether we have requested that section.
If we had one, it might have been helpful, but we don't, so that's okay.
Anyone else with a question for Abby Rogers? I see Representative Folsom, your hand is up.
No, I think I just forgot to take it down. Sorry.
Representative Merchant.
I forgot to take it down.
It's okay. Anyone else wish to speak to Amendment 0518H as moved by Representative Knurk and seconded by Representative Merchant? Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Knurk. Can you speak to the part of the original bill that was about the cultivation of marijuana? Now, is that been stripped from this amendment?
Yes, but we also passed that bill too. I'm blanking now on the number. That was one I think that Representative Acton brought in, so he should be able to throw that number at us.
Okay, but it's still referred to under on line
HB 350.
19.
1 second, on lines
18 and 19. Page 1.
Yeah, that's gonna say pretty fine. Curses, let's see.
Yeah, that was HB 350, if you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, but sorry, but that again comes in as the visiting qualifying patient piece. So that a visiting qualifying patient would be able to purchase from a qualifying patient or designated caregiver.
So does that, excuse me, follow up?
Oh,
Does that infer that a visiting person with a card could cultivate cannabis while they're in state?
That is a good question, which again, I do not know. I relied too much on Mike Holt on that piece. I'm trying to just quickly pull up the 126X.
Mr. Chairman, point of sort of procedure.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Representative Weber, I had a quick point of procedure.
Sure.
I'm wondering if it sounds to me like there are a couple of definite concerns here. One of which is the issue of opioid use disorder, which is problematical for some people. A second one of which is at a minimum, the inclusion of people from outside the United States in the visiting patient population. And then the third thing is the interpretation of 18 and 19, which is a matter of looking back at the rest of the statute that exists and seeing how it changes it. And I'm wondering if it might be a good idea at this point to recess the executive session on this bill till the next week so that some of those things could be explored and perhaps an amendment or two in the alternative prepared so that we could achieve some kind of consensus about those things that the committee is really clear on and strip out some of the things or give a choice on some of the things that the committee is less clear on.
Would that be amenable to Representative Knurk?
Yes, actually, that's very much what I was beginning to think about, is listening to the conversation as it evolves and coming up with that. I should also quickly report that I was able to find this, the lines that Representative Shapiro brought up, lines 18 and 19. Those are exceptions. In other words, therapeutic use means everything, but does not include. So it does not include cultivation or purchase by. So no, it does not allow cultivation. It explicitly says you can't cultivate. It's one of the things that are not included. So my apologies on not having that clear. So I think that part's easy, but I think you're right. We have the OUD is a separate thing, and I could certainly come up with an amendment that did not include the OUD. I would also say that the TCMOB is meeting this Wednesday, tomorrow. And perhaps I might have them revisit this with our current language and see what their current status is on this. I think that would be very wise. I can add that to the agenda, and I'll have that answer by next Monday. And then the last thing is that issue about the other countries, and I can certainly check with Mike as to how important that is, and perhaps that could be amended out to make Representative Marsh and some others a little bit more comfortable about that issue. I would think across the state lines, we still have a reason, because when Mike Holt testified, he did clearly point out this issue of visiting people, students, people who have a second home and come over and stay for an extended period of time. And it's for that group of people, as Representative Merchant alluded to, that we want to be able to have that reciprocity. But reciprocity frequently goes across states, doesn't necessarily go across country lines. So I can
Representative
check with him.
Knurk, would you be willing to withdraw your amendment and Representative Merchant, your second?
Yes, I'd be willing to do that, and then I'll bring it back with some work on it after we meet on Wednesday and have a fresh one for you.
I'll put it in the folder for next Monday and shoot it out to us as soon as you can. So you have withdrawn your motion, and Representative Merchant, your second.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, I think, do you have a clerky question?
No, just a statement.
A regular statement?
Yeah.
As opposed to a clerky question?
As opposed to a clerky question, yes.
State your regular question.
Okay, thank you. Representative Knurk, as you're working on this, if I can say this much about for myself, if you take out the outside of the United States, I'd feel a whole lot more comfortable with that portion. And when it comes to the opioid, I would like you to get an input from your board, because that's, they've provided us with good information before, and the information that we have from the previous vote that you told us about makes it very iffy for me. And so that I would have to hear a more positive response from that group. And then I'd feel much more comfortable about it. But my main thing is not from outside the states.
Yeah, well, thank you for that feedback. And that's, again, why when I presented this amendment, I brought up the controversy about this, because I wanted people to know that this was not the kind of thing where we did have agreement. And it was striking when I brought this back as HB 366 back in the fall of 19, that our subcommittee said, yeah, let's do it. And they wanted the restrictions, and then we brought it back to the full committee, and they voted to go ahead with it. And as I say, the TCMOB wasn't like astounded or terribly upset about it. They had just worked on the language a bit more. So it is possible, and also with the difference in attendance at different meetings, we might actually approve, but I think that would make all of us feel more comfortable because that was the goal. So I'd be glad to do this over this next 2 days and have something ready for you, or perhaps a couple of amendments ready that we could then figure out which one will work best for this group. So just to make sure I'm not missing anything, OUD was one concern. Other countries, clearly a concern. Representative Cushman's concern about the ATCs needing to know what foreign cards look like gets us back to that other countries type question. And Representative Weber, I think you covered it. Does that cover them?
Jerry, let me do this. While we're helping him rewrite the bill to make it as possible for as many of us as possible to vote for, let him know if there's any other sticky spots. Because I hate
and
to
please let me
come
know today.
Yeah, I hate to come in and I mean, we do a great job here sometimes. And that's a good thing about this committee. So let's hope on this. Representative Weber.
I'm sorry, I had not yet lowered my hand from my last go round, so.
Representative Folsom.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
And last comment there, I do appreciate this. Again, this was not my bill, and so it was a kind of a salvage issue. And I know we don't rewrite this, but it was really a matter of just getting rid of a lot of dead wood and then getting down to the nitty gritty, which was still some nitty gritty. So I will work on it. Thank you.
We're all rescuers here. We get it. Representative Gay.
Thank you. You mentioned something about reciprocal agreements between states. The bill doesn't say that, but that sounds much more appealing to me than saying somebody can just come with, quote, a valid registry ID card from another state. How in Sam Hill would you know it was any good if you didn't have a reciprocal arrangement with that other state? That would be a deal breaker for me. And personally, I'm not thrilled. I'm still not thrilled with Roman numeral adds opioid use disorder. I'm not comfortable with that, but I am comfortable if you restrict the interstate to states that have an agreement with each other.
Anyone else?
Could I just comment? I'm not quite sure, given the fact that we still are dealing with an interstate illegal substance, I'm not sure how well we can do true reciprocity issues, but I will discuss that with Mike Holt. Thank you.
I meant the cards, reciprocity between the ID, whatever the cards are called.
Representative Folsom, a new hand.
Yeah, a new hand. Thank you. And I'll remember to take this one down. Just a thought here. Getting rid of all the other countries, it is a lot easier to have a little handout for the ATC clerks with the states that have a medical marijuana card. They could have a printout, and it's not going to be as cumbersome as trying to come up with ones from other countries. So that's going to be a little bit easier. And I have to tell you that most of having had two sons do the AT, most of the marijuana coming from that group is coming across state lines, and they probably aren't going to use the ATCs anyway. So for the most part, the people going into the ATCs are going to be people with a medical marijuana card if they're from the states. I feel comfortable with that. The rest is going to come in regardless.
We got just a few more minutes before some of us turn into pumpkins.
Yeah.
So any last minute comments? And if you think of one on the way home, you should have Representative Knirk on speed dial anyway. What's that? Representative Nelson, thank you.
Thank you. What about the state? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What about the states that it's totally legal? Is it in Colorado or someplace anybody can go in and buy it? What happens if they come? They don't need a card, do they?
Yeah.
If they wish to buy it at an ATC, yes, they need a card. If you wish to buy it in the black market, they're welcome to do whatever they wish because it's not legal in this state.
How about their own state?
They can buy it in Colorado. You can buy at a non-dispensary anywhere for recreational. It's a different taxation structure. But
So
it's
they
still,
wouldn't have
it's
a
still
car.
illegal. It's still illegal to bring it into another state.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further hands up and not
I was
looking to
just going
see
to
any.
say, just to clarify, so in Colorado, you can have one of two different things. You can still have a card in Colorado. So you would have the card in Colorado to bring here because your Colorado card entitles you to a different tax structure than your recreational use. So it's not that they don't have a card, they have a card. And they could bring the card, and without the card, they can't just say, hey, it's legal in Colorado, so you have to give me therapeutic marijuana. They have to have a card. And I think that that's the case in most of the other states too.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to bring this hearing, this exec session, whatever this is, exec session on HB 605 to a close. On Monday, the 8th of March, we will be looking for the first time at Bill 506. We will continue the hearing on 602 and continue the hearing on 103. Now, I've got a bit of a confusion here. One of my notes say that we finished the hearing on 601. Another note says that we didn't, and it can't be both. So what is your recollection on 601?
What was the title of 601?
Oh, let's, 601, the privacy of personal information retained by a health or social service agency and prohibiting the sharing thereof.
We have not exec 601.
I know that. Have
I thought we hadn't finished the hearing on that one. But if 602 was it was either 601 or 602, but I don't think it was both.
602 is definitely, we have to continue. Then I listed it wrong in the House Journal. I listed 601 as continued public hearing, and they even typed it wrong, so maybe it washes out. We will also exec 295, 503, 146, and I think that will take care of everything. So my suggestion is be prepared. I'm holding that Thursday, the 11th, and we can only do execs on it because I have nothing to put into the journal, but execs can be held. So I hope to get done Monday.
Ken.
What?
You're snoring.
Oh, yeah.
We did it, folks. Wow, huh?
All right.
Question about
Mr.
601.
Chairman, just to with respect to procedure, I'm a little confused here. If we have a continued hearing, I think that has to go into the calendar. So if it's gotten in wrong, we need to fix it. That's item number one.
Let me address that before item number next. Since this is on Monday, the calendar that has been printed is the last calendar that will give legal notice for Monday. And what I have is continued on 602, continued on 103, but I put in continued public hearing on 601. That was a mistake.
Well, I just urge you then to consult with the clerk about that.
That's a note I have right next to that
We'll have
mistake. It's my turn.
What I did in the past, and it seems to have passed muster, was once you have noticed all of the executive sessions, and however much I object to it, you have already noticed all of them because you've said that anything that's ready for executive session can be exec. I think the thing to do is to simply notice for the Thursday is continued executive session if needed. And certainly I did that regularly last time when it was unclear to me whether we were going to get through our work or not get through our work. I mean, you can't tell before the calendar is published.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful.
So I hope that that's of assistance, but continuing executive session on all remaining bills, I think is, given that we're accepting that kind of notice, I mean, it's a lot easier to figure out what hasn't been done at that point.
Sure. Any other questions about Monday schedule going forward?
Yes.
Okay, I've already
6:01.
closed the hearing. I've already closed our time together, so have a good time. If you have a question, want to talk to me privately, you may.
I just thought we were gonna get another amendment to 6:01.